Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. You said it. Yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, time stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. It's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every and maybe we're invisible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire.
Chatto! It's Tuesdays, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, the Champions League has returned. I'm unwell. We've moved in to our brand new stadium. It has a picture and everything. I've sat on the keyboard, but we continue. The other Hungarian sides will still be in action, of course, getting more points in the Conference League and the Europa League. Will we finally get top 8 again? Find out coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. And we're dancing! Hit on all the cultural touchstones. I think we've pretty much nailed that. Solid, yeah. Solid if inoffensive. It's what I needed. I covered the ground. I had energy. Doesn't help the fact that I feel like a corpse today. So that's fantastic, isn't it? Just wonderful news. I am actually cold. I have a t-shirt on under my jumper. That's how cold I am today. I'm feeling the cold. I think I might need like a winter allowance, chat. I'm feeling like a pensioner today. It's not great. Oh, honours list looking like pretty much the same as it was before, really. It's just like we win the cup and the league pretty much every year at this point anyway. God, I'm fairly certain I have a cold. Oh, which I don't know how, other than going outside in the cold, obviously. Without a playable league, you wouldn't, basically. Other than to download a database that allows that league to then be playable. That's the only way I could really go about it. I don't think there's really any way that you could build it without it being made playable, sadly. Unless anyone in chat has an idea, because I don't know how it would improve, because the leagues, they probably wouldn't be generating like youth players or anything like that. Oh, God. A hesitant start. It was a bit hesitant. I don't know. Do you know what it is? It's throwing me. It's these new transitions. They're throwing me. Oh. I still forced myself out for a run this morning, and I almost regretted it, but I'm glad I did it. It's just bloody hell. It is nippy out there. I think I'm just getting old. I'm used to having more layers of fat protecting me as well, which doesn't help either. Dynamic manager time. Oh, it's huge. We actually looked at the... Did we look? I swear we looked at... Oh, yeah, we did. We looked briefly at the manager timeline last stream when we were looking at the new stadium. Because you get like a thing in the pop-up that, you know, with you moved into your new stadium. Would you like to check out the dynamic manager timeline? Well, hey, we are indeed investing in potential. That, no one can ever lie. We can't argue with that. Oh, I'm going to stay so hydrated today. My voice is going to go. I just don't understand the point of it, honestly. But we've gone over that ad nauseum. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to get off this screen because we've got our new stadium to talk about. Because it's here in all its bastard glory. We've got the Boom.com arena exists. And we're finally actually in it properly. Oh, it's good. Extended timeline. Yeah, I watch all my timelines on comprehensively because, you know, I'm one of those people. What can I say? Bit of Bristol in the sky. We should make a city called Lucy, then she can have Lucy in the sky. With diamonds, presumably. Oh. So we are in the new ground. 19,142 capacity is the Boom.com arena. We're in. Obviously, we had Midjourney help us out with the stadium a little bit, and then I took it into Photoshop and did the rest. Paul and Ray, thank you for the 32 months.
Hey Matt, hope you're feeling better quickly. 32 months of brilliant content. Missed Sunday, so can I say when you saw how it ended up with Chat's Get Many selection, you seemed a bit too smug.
Chat's Get Many selection. Hang on, I'm going to need a little clarification. Oh, when Chat... Yes. As in when Chat got the... Yeah. To be fair, I was vindicated. I was saying vindicated. I thought you had it in the bag. Right, so basically, I was going to put like a Bung.com logo on it. The problem was, with our remote, you can't, it's not easy to separate it. I know Nightmare did a great job by separating it for these kits, but I thought about creating a brand new logo for them, but then it kind of got a bit complicated after that. At some point, I think I might well do that. Hardest part, actually, was getting the MTK on the seats over here. I did think about putting something here, but because it's mid-journey, there's not really a lot of room here, whereas that seemed like the most obvious place to have MTK actually on the seats. And as for putting the giant logo on the ceiling, well, that was actually kind of easy. So the custom stadium pick actually is like doing badges, genuinely. It's just another config file. So all you do, that's the stadium ID for it, and then you just associate a picture with it in the same way that you would do a badge. I already have a stadium mega pack, so I just add it onto that essentially at the end. I just copy the last line of it and then just replace the things with the picture I wanted. So that was actually super easy.
WFH today, so for a rare occasion I'll be here working and learning.
Hello.
Have a good stream.
How's it going, man? Thank you for the 12 months. That's a full bastard year. You'll love to see it. Yeah, Midjourney, it took me about 15 different attempts to actually get one that looked like what I wanted. I gave it different sort of prompts and stuff. Basically, I just kind of wanted something that looked like the city was behind it. That was Millie's idea, actually. And then it always does this sort of tilt shift thing. But I wanted it to be big, but not too big, to the point where we can then make it bigger later down the line. And I also wanted it to be like simplistic enough that I could add our little logos and stuff to the stadium roof, just with like some warp and some different filters and stuff, and a little bit of Gaussian blur on it. To be fair, I learned a lot of this stuff here from doing the thumbnails for Nordic Nomads. When I used to do the Champions League, like Europa League ones, where I'd actually overdub some of the banners and stuff with our own stuff. Yeah. It can be done though, OG. One thing I will say is you have to get the aspect ratio right, otherwise it will zoom in too much. But it can definitely be done. And yeah. Bung Duck Arena at No. Bung paid for the whole thing. What can I say? Not in the middle of that side. Basically, I had to put it where the lines were. And because the lines were there, I didn't want it to overlap the lines because that would look a bit weird for me. So that's why it's where it is, basically. It was just easier to get the proportions right. Because bear in mind, Midjourney, nothing is always exactly the correct perspective sometimes. So if you look at some of these seats in a bit more detail, you can see that it's a bit fucky here, but that's just the way Midjourney is. But still, I think it's done a fucking excellent job. And that was in Midjourney version 4 as well. Version 5 might have done a better job, but we don't have aspect ratios for it. I did, Paul. I did. I watched it after stream when you sent it to me. That game looks like it's going to be fucking sick. Destroyed your Rocket League that one time. What rank were we at when we played that game then? Because I think I'm probably about the same. To be fair, I haven't actually played Rocket League in like 6 weeks, and I need to play it again. Because, I don't know, it's like my thing. I just haven't... I've been playing a lot of like Loop Hero lately. That's the only thing I've really played. So, off stream, I did a little cheeky bit of... Oh yeah, by the way, new skin update. Now you can have the different competitions in different colors, so it's really obvious what is what. A little thing that Saz has added to the skin, which again I am very much a fan of. It was basically literally based off of what we said last stream, Hadrian. Saz was like, I heard you. So yes, I chose the colors. If we don't agree with it, I might want to change it. That's fine. But now you can see immediately what competition is which. Red is Champions League, green is cup matches, and yellow, which you can't see because I've got them hidden, is friendlies. So it's just way more obvious what's what. Hezzy, thank you very much for the 13 months. Or is that Heezy? I feel like I say this every time, but thank you so much for the 13 bloody months. That's mad. Oh, the blue ones. I don't think they were blue, were they? The problem is, when they were blue, you couldn't actually see which one was which, and that was the biggest issue there. But, yeah. Yeah, I must say, maybe it could be blue. Bear in mind, this was just me really tired going, that'll do, but... You know, if we don't agree with the exact colours, we can always ask Saz to change them slightly to more as a group decide. Because I must admit, they are quite jarring, but that's my decision because I went, oh, that'll be good, that'll be good, that'll be good. Yeah, send us for the first home game, which was, I think, Vashas. 14,300 was our first game at the Bung.com Arena, as you can see. Look at that. It looks so good behind there as well. Oh, that was great. And then the game against Pushkas, we had, weirdly, 9,000. Which, I guess no one likes Pushkash? That's all I can say. Us is purple. Oh, yeah. If you hover over it, it changes the colour slightly. That's, I guess, yeah. Boxing Division, everybody own. I like to believe we've got our own Legends bar. It's called, like, Jarju's bar or something. And he drinks for free. Standard, right? That's the classic thing, Hadrian. This is the other thing as well. Saz wasn't even in stream on Sunday, but he still heard us. He messaged me about 2 hours later being like, so I heard what you said. Here's an update. Which colours do you want? Ah. Jara Juice. I like that. Or Moses Barju. That also works. Didn't we have a guy? Oh, no, it was Varju we had. Saz is always there. What a guy. Love him. Ah. So it might be that the first game in the stadium as well was like a fan day, because I think it would explain why it was so big. And yes, we did beat Bayern away from home. It was one of the most bizarre matches I think I've had on FM for maybe this whole season, in terms of this cycle of FM, I would say. Those of you that were there for that, if you know, you know. Both of Bayern's first 2 goals were utter nonsense, but we knew it was going to happen the moment we missed a penalty. So we scored 2 early ones, then missed a penalty, and then I said at the time, this is going to go to 2-2. And then the 2 goals that they scored to get it back to 2-2 were unbelievable. It was crazy. The first one was our goalkeeper just played it directly into the path of their player in front of him, who just put it into an empty net. And the second one, our defender, instead of heading it back to the goalkeeper, heads it to the side, straight into the path of an on-running player. Very, very bizarre. What was I going to say? And my brain's gone. Oh, yes. Right. We have a big decision to make today, chat, because we've had a bid for someone, and I'm tempted to actually cash in at this point. It's not huge money, but it's also not huge money at the same time. But it is not a fan favorite, but a player who has fallen off somewhat, and maybe now might be the right time to cash in on him potentially. But I delayed it for a week so we could discuss this on stream rather than doing it off stream. And that man, new stave is 19,000. That man is it's actually it's Raul Virginia, because he has been pretty diabolical, honestly, for about the last year and a half. If you look at the way that he's underperformed in every metric that is possible, I'll actually show you this for sure, because I wanted to look at the data on this, right? Let's actually have a look. So you can see here, look how bad he is on this. So he's -2, whereas he's had Lucas of step in, 63% save ratio. He has one of the worst sort of goalkeeping metrics in the entire league. Even all 3 of our lone goalkeepers are better. Lucas would be the guy that would step in. I've actually played Lucas, by the way, in our last 2 league games, and he kept 2 clean sheets. You can see Lucas with a 7.5 there and a 7.6 there. He actually made saves in these games and kept back-to-back clean sheets. And obviously he's not got enough games under his belt to show up on that metric, but I suspect if we do a goalkeeper comparison, I feel like you guys are already kind of on that one, but still. Let me just get to... I want to show you the exact breakdown. Albeit only after 2 games. I mean, you can see that XG per 90 is albeit only over 2 matches, so we have to bear that in mind. But he's kept 2 clean sheets out of 2. He is actually saving us goals, basically. His save percentage is 100%. He's just there. I think he has a higher ceiling than Joao at the moment as well. So there we go. Oh, nicely done, Pierre. Fair one. That's awesome. So yeah, with that, basically... Yeah, I'll show Lucas in a sec. But this is the deal on the table, by the way. It's 20 million... Okay, it's weird. Okay, basically, it's 20 million rising to 23 million. So 20 million of it is up front. Basically, they offered me like 13 million, and I went, that's not kind of good. Give me 20 and we'll talk. And then they said yes to 20. So that'd be 23.5 million pounds for Joao Virginia. He has been a massively important player to this club. Just no doubt about it. In his prime, during those couple of seasons when he was on it, he was rescuing us time after time. But that has really faded for the last sort of 18 months, pretty much ever since the patch, I'll be honest. And I feel like now, to give him his chance to go off and earn a shitload of money and still be well thought of, I don't want to ruin his legacy by keeping him too long and having him become a bit of a laughing stock. That's the sort of way I'm thinking about it. So I feel like, can I actually do this now? Yes, okay. We'll ask for confirmation. That's the full deal. So it's 20 million pounds and then 350 grand per league appearance, which obviously he'll play. So we'll get the full amount. We want him to get that full amount. Plus, it gives us another 25 million, which you can never go wrong with another 25 million. That will sort us out financially perfectly. So Lucas, obviously, is the guy that will be coming in. And Lucas is already registered as well. So this is what Lucas looks like currently. 15 aerial. No first touch, admittedly. Low eccentricity 2, though. One-on-ones of 15. Reflexes of only 12, but he's got good in the air, good one-on-ones, which is the key factors for me. Maybe the reflexes isn't as important. He's 6'4". He's good on both feet. He does the job for me right now. We spent 9 million quid on him, so I feel like we clearly decided that this guy was worth our time. And I think that actually getting him exposed to some football now is good. I mean, he's already played 2 games this season and he's done solidly. Now, against Dinamo Zagreb, it might be different, but the thing is, Joao's not done well this season either. So even if he's only on the same level as Joao, we're at the same, we are no worse off sporting-wise, but we are better off financially. I'd love to get Joao back as a goalkeeping coach, yeah. Oh, fictional stadiums is really good. You can do so many cool things, particularly with a bit of photoshopping afterwards. It's great. Really creative on the media description. Goalkeeper. Are they wrong? Tell me the show me the lie. Yeah, that's the thing. We've got, besides, worst case scenario, like the worst case scenario is we bring another keeper in. Or we just take one of these guys back. So, for example, there's Junior Portilla, who's having a bloody phenomenal season out on loan. And, you know, maybe he's ready to come back. He's already got 3 caps for Colombia. Maybe he's ready. 16 one-on-ones, 14 reflexes, 13 aerial reach, 6'1". Maybe Portilla is ready to come into the first team next season, potentially. Even if Lucas just tides us over for the rest of the year, it's kind of mad that he's 2 stars and still has that potential. Like, he's actually looking a lot better than I thought he was. Who else we got? We got Aranda as well, the guy we picked up last summer, who's having a great time in the 2nd tier. He's obviously only 18. But he's still doing good job. And Farkashan. Can't forget Farkashan as well. I mean, look at the state of Farkashan. 1 cap for Romania as well. 13, 15, 14. Really good kicking as well. We've got some quality goalkeepers knocking about that we could just pick one and bring back. My vote would probably be for Portilla, but we'll see how Lucas does. If Lucas kills it, then we just stick him, right? Plus, the fact that Portilla's he's 6.23 above. That's more like Joao Virginia numbers from back in the day. Joao had a season where he was plus 21. Which is just insane to me that he did as high. Malero. Oh, Malero is amazing. Weird thing about Malero is that he has... When he first came to the club, he was good, but we often sort of thought that he was underperforming a lot of the time. And then... Where is he? He just killed it. So it was right about here, where I was saying he got some decent goals, but that was mostly in the league. And you can see that he got 14 and 7, so 21 goal contributions. The next year, though, things really sort of took a step in the right direction for him. He got 15 assists, 8 goals this time as he changed his role slightly to up to 23 goal contributions. Then 35 goal contributions with 27 goals. Last season as well. What's that? That's like 36 goal contributions. He really stepped it up in the last 2 seasons and has become one of our most important players. I love him. And he plays so well in Europe. Does he have likes big matches? He does. Now, whether it actually counts for anything in that, I don't know. But I love him so much. We did nearly sell him in the summer, but the bid wasn't quite big enough. If Chelsea had given me maybe 60 million, I'd have been tempted, honestly. But we'll see. Getting Wusu back. Oh. Bobby back for one last game. Could even be in the cup, couldn't it? Have I? Oh, I have set this up. I have set the lineup, haven't I? Silva, Malero, Diaz. Yeah, so unfortunately, Navarro is just a little bit worse for wear. And I think we could probably get through Dinamo Zagreb without him. We can always bring him on if we need to. And also, Hossem is a bit knackered. Sorry, not knackered. He's injured, and so is Hurley, Terranova, Zwale. But all of these guys are coming back to fitness, which is something, right? So it's not quite full strength. But most of the team are now happy again, with the exception of probably Dela Cruz and Seri's a bit of a weapon. But other than that, we're good. Nuosu up front. And then have the goalkeeper complain like he did that one time. Oh. Hey, Weasel. White Trek is working out, I would say, splendidly so far. I feel like our issues this year have not been through lack of creativity. It's been through lack of absolutely profligate finishing. Basically, that's been what it's been down to this year. In fact, I would say our creativity this season has been higher than ever. We're creating more quality chances in games than we've ever had. It's just been our inability to put the damn things in the net that's caused the problem. Castillo, though, in the last game, did actually score 2 open play goals. So he's just maybe starting to look a little bit more competent again, but we will see. That backline, though, is pretty good. Well, that's the thing. We did actually overperform our XG in the last game. But it did go to minus 14 before that, so who knows. I feel like we kind of have to be winning against them and Benfica. That takes us to 13 points if we get those 2 wins. And then there's Real Madrid, so little chance there. But that'll put us in a good spot. Batarina's really good, though, isn't he? Like, when I was doing that test, Batarina was so good. To be fair, there's every chance he could be either way, Weasel Farmer. Let's actually have a look. Wait, no. That's Livakovic, 36-year-old goalkeeper. Sham. Look at that. 19 one-on-ones. Honestly, he'd get it. He'd literally get in our team. Probably. Batarina as well. Looking pretty damn solid. How old? About 28. I take it they've got rid of the really good... Oh, there was one that... It's not Orsic, is it? Orsic is fucking sick. But there's another guy as well that's at Dinamo at the start. He might actually not be anymore. If we just get... Oh, by the way, chat, welcome to the new stadium. It just looks bigger as well, doesn't it? It just looks more grandiose in European games as we've given the ball away immediately. Oh, come on, Job. You're better than that. Yes, well done, buddy. Good intensity. Maybe not there, though. Unless we get on it. Yes, Milero. Come on. Yes, Castillo's in. He's taking a touch, and that is brilliant. Pitch does look big, doesn't it? It really does. Is he really at Southampton? That might be why, then. Wait, no. Wouldn't be why, would it? I think the pitch definitely feels bigger. We've actually got a stand at the backside of the left end as well. It looks different from the stand. Yeah, it do be like that, doesn't it? It's a shame you can't change that. It's a great finish from Castillo, though. Just bang. That's what we need from him. Less fucking about and just smacking them home. Watch him now score like 20 goals over the course of today's stream, and we just forget all about those problems from before. Does this send us top, maybe? Or, oh, dear. Come on, Lucas, now's your chance, bud. Oh, never mind. Didn't need it. That's fine. They never fill in the corners. Now we've got a nice screen there, though. That's what you need, right? No, he wouldn't be at Southampton on this save, you're right. Oh, nicely done. Brahim again getting in there. A little bit of a redemption chance for Brahim Diaz as well, actually. Become more of a bit part player this season, or last year as well. Medinger's in. Oh, okay. Could have done without. Custom Beng.com advertising boardings would be fucking amazing. If we could find a way that it would only apply to the league matches, for example, I think that would be sick. To have like our own custom adverts as well for all the made-up companies that we develop across the site, the entire save. So easy to do logos for them too. Heck, I could use the... Oh, Brahim's... What a running... Oh, square it. Brahim, square it, please. What a save from Livakovic. That was a great chance. He should have done better. Loads of flags. Yeah, it would be cool. I swear on the old FIFA Manager games, you actually could have... You could edit stuff to create flags and stuff like that. And add all sorts of cool shit in. I would like to see some more customization with that kind of stuff. Medinger again getting forward. He's having a lovely time of it. Go on, square it. Oh! Oh, no, come on! Oh, how have we not scored a second goal? Oh, they are they? Excellent, Paul. Because I know we use them for the showdown. So, I mean, that takes a lot of work for Matt to make. But I'm sure there's a way of making them. I'll have to just look at some of the old packs that he made. See if I can reverse engineer some stuff. Oh, okay. So, strong start from us. Probably should be 2 goals up by now. But we're looking pretty on... We're looking pretty on fire. I assume it has to be done like that, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the issue that we have with the Champions League scoreboards. Marvin, thank you for the follow. Right, Malero's popped up on the right here, and he's just driving. Castillo's there again, and it's somehow... How on earth have we not scored another goal here? This goalkeeper just loves rolling the ball along the bar. Oh. I think we decided... Oh, there we go. There's the goal. It's Edgardo Fernandez. I can't remember what we decided they actually did. I think we decided they were like some weird insurance company or something, right? Like an insurance comparison site. That's what they sound to me like. Like the Hungarian version of Compare the Market. Do you know what I mean? Bung.com. Technically it'd be Bung.hu, wouldn't it? But they're a global brand. This is their... They know they're on the big stage now. Bung and your problems are gone. Yeah. Bung and you've got your insurance needs met. But, oh, you think they're like a Red Bull where they kind of just do a bit of everything? They're going to have an F1 team later in the save. Once we win a Champions League, they'll launch their F1 team. They have capybaras doing the comparison. Yes. I love this kind of lore. It's absolutely perfect. Did you get into a bung and it wasn't your fault? Oh, that's brilliant. There's so much we can do with this meme. Oh, that's a nice pass to Velázquez. Now we need that run from Castillo. And there's the pass. Can he take him on this time? Oh, my God. It's chances like that just... Those are the ones you have to be burying. But he's in there at least. We are at least smashing Dinamo Zagreb today. And if we could get... Livakovic is still a very good keeper, in fairness. Here he is again. This time drop it through. Yes! Go on. Brandon Silva, show us how it's done. In fairness, I think we should just... Yeah, I've been calling it Bung because of the second N, but you're right, it is Beng, isn't it? Technically, it is pronounced Beng. Yeah, those 19 1-on-1s really helping him there. But Lucas hasn't had to actually do anything so far today, but I think he's certainly keeping the play moving nicely. Like, having good passing on our keepers is definitely useful. And... Oh, go on. Thump it, Job. Oh, even better. Patience! It's... That one I think will be given. It's hung on goal. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Because it was just because it misspelled Beng. I bet Journey... Oh! I bet Journey 5 would have got that correct, honestly. So that was not onside then. Curious. Oh, it was him. Wait. Sorry? Hi. What? That is absolute nonsense. How can he possibly be offside? I thought that he comes and collects the ball. This is the player the ball goes to. Him. And by the time the shot is taken, he's over here. How in the world could that possibly be offside? Clipping that. That's nonsense. We've had a couple of those over the last couple of seasons. I mean, I might have to send that to SI, actually, because that's that shouldn't be offside. There's no world in which that could be interpreted as being offside. There's no interference. There's nothing like that. Oh, that's lovely football, though. Malero's in again. Can he go across the keeper? And he does. And this time it's 3. Deserved. But the thing is, he's not blocking the goalkeeper's view of anything, because by the time the shot is taken, he's no longer in the way. So the only way that could be... If the initial shot is taken and he's in the goalkeeper's eye line, fair enough. But he's like off to the side and completely onside as well by the time the shot is taken. So I don't think there's any world in which that could be offside. Oh, a channel VIP. You'd love to see it. Cue the inevitable chance of one of us. One of us. Let's see if I do it. Please tell me that's correct. Pixel Pudding, you have to let me know if that's correct. As we do score a goal anyway. Luckily. And it was Malero, of course. 3-0 by half-time. We definitely should be 3 or 4-0 up at this point, honestly. This is lovely football from Castillo, though. Like, the little drop-off around the side, that little touch as well was really good, actually. That's just a thunderous effort from Alberto Malero, because of course he is. 7 of 9. Any 30 fans, what made interested? Oh, God. Who's it going to be? Yes, that was what it was, wasn't it? We talked about this before, about how Beng.com should be like GE are in 30 Rock, where, like, we're going to be sponsored by their microwave oven division. Is it the microwave oven division that Alec Baldwin's carrying? I can't remember. Plus, we can then get Tracy Jordan. It'll be perfect. Well, we're bang on our XG. So at least there's that. 3-0 up at halftime, cruising. Alberto Malero's had an absolutely wonderful day again. God, what a man. Love him. Prefers Bellingham to Bellingham. I love that. Was it you that said that in the comments, Chef? Because I don't know if you have to say your name on YouTube, but we actually talked about that last stream about someone leaving that comment, which is hilarious. It was also cute. There was people on the VOD from last stream saying, well done to Pog for passing a driving test, which I thought was cute. Pog drove some more yesterday, actually. We went to Tesco's and it was like, well, you know, you might as well drive, get some more seat time. She's just getting used to the biting point. I think that's what it really is more than anything else. Just getting used to that. But... although it must say, I'm probably having like a lot of repairs done to the car today because the belt for the steering is... not the belt for the steering. Something to do with the steering is a little bit fun. I think it needs new front tyres as well. That'll do, Pig. Do you know what, chat? I might say, she's done well there. She's done well there. What else I'm considering? You see GEO's kitchen look on. Oh, there's so much. This meme we can get a lot of mileage out of, I feel like. And it's somehow not in again. It almost feels like Castillo's finishing isn't the problem. It's the magical ability of the other teams to somehow block everything that he ever does. It's like they've got a personal vendetta against him, but now it's a free kick to them. Oh. Official bans were... I think we'd looked through that list before. It is worth noting, chat, that we are incredibly still underperforming. As impossible as that sounds, it is currently what's happening. I'm going to bring Yoshi on at left back just because we need someone in there. You've done well there. Oh, if you missed that, it means you missed the Ballad of Mental Brian as well, which was probably my favourite part of last stream. We're actually going to underperform again, aren't we? Not that it matters so much when you're 3-0 down, but I feel like before, these would have been like a 6-0 victory for us, probably. Because Goof is not on. I don't know if Goof's registered in the squad, you know. Although I suspect he will be for the next opportunity because we won't have enough players, right? Jiggly ability. You need a bit of jiggle ability, chat. The Beng data analysis will get all we need. That's where we got all those recruitment analysts from. They were all hired in from Beng. 2 VODs behind. That's not bad, to be fair. In that case, Gaffer, look forward to the section on Sunday's VOD when you get to the Mental Brian saga. Oh, Brandon, slip him in. Or just go alone. Slip him in. Oh, good effort. I sound like Murray Walker then. And there they go. Well, thank you very much, Paolo, for the 95 bits. Hopefully it won't be too large. It only just had a service, so I'm a bit perturbed as to how that somehow snuck through, but there you go. Come on, one more goal and we'll settle for it. We'll settle for 4-0 if we... It does look like it's going to be enough. I guess at least we are still creating stuff, but it feels like in this game, Castillo's had enough chances to have a hat-trick again, but at least he got one. I suppose there's something. And it's looking very likely, touch wood, of a third straight clean sheet for Lucas since taking the goalkeeping role. Now, albeit I don't know if they've actually had a shot on target today. Castillo does such a good job at that, though. His build-up play is much nicer. Navarro's throw, and it's another huge save from Livakovic. Somebody give that man a contract. Probably not us. He's 36. That would probably be a waste of money, but still. Individual XG in this game. I think we can see at the end, actually. It's got to be over 1. Has to be miles over 1. Most of the big chances have fallen to him. And we're going to get to 4. And we do. 404. So yet another underperformance. But we do win the match, at the very least. Is it in player statistics? We want attacking. His individual XG was 2.2 for that game. He's catching Radojicic. Yeah, we need players like Livakovic. But another solid performance for Lucas. They had no shots on target, admittedly, but he's still got a nice clean sheet out of it, and his passing looks pretty solid, so he's doing well. See what happens when he actually has to save a shot, admittedly. Mike, thank you for the 17 months. What was the last thing you saw?
Hey, it's been a while. What have I missed?
Mental Brian. Speaking of Inferno, I don't know if you saw, but we've actually signed a guy called Brian, but with the double A. He looks really good, too. And yet again from the Catholic Daddies. Bang to the heart. You give love a bad bang. You give it a bang name. Shoots with power, places shots, honestly. Maybe? I mean, it can't hurt, can it? Oh, so let's recap. So mostly what's happened this year is we've somehow been visited by the XG curse monster, i.e. we somehow seem incapable of taking our chances. We still win the matches, but we'll do it. We'll like win 1-0 with an XG of like 7. That kind of stuff constantly. We've actually got a player who's got 4... Oh, Moses. Of course you're going to cause problems. Like, of course you are. Oh. Brief problems, admittedly. Good result for us there. Malero with yet another worldy of a... He ran 14k in that game. Must make switch. No, he must not, but not for that price. Prefers Malero to Erdegaard. I love Alberto, I do, but I feel like I'd rather have Martin Erdegaard at that point. Right, what was I going to check? Fuck. My brain's gone. Oh, yes. I was going to show you the XG thing. So, Castillo is still underperforming, but not as badly as Radojicic, who currently has 4 XG and 0 goals. 0, not 1. It's incredible. Oh. It's... Your league. Yeah, that is kind of weird, actually. I guess it's just that our assistant wouldn't say that about every single player in our league, really, wouldn't he? Because I feel like Malero is probably one of the best that there is. Who's actually... Is anyone overperforming? Of course, Malero and Silva, for once, which is remarkable, are overperforming. And everybody else, minus Shikubu, again. And Montiel are underperforming.
Jarju Altras.
Blue Luna, thank you very much for the 3 months. That's very kind of you. Al-Athlete. Ooh. Am I spelling that right? Yeah. Sick. Okay, a little team. Actually, but just check if they've actually got a... Oh, it's just one of those. So there's no youth team here. It's just everybody straight in. Any youngsters knocking about? Ooh. He's kind of intriguing. What's the serious injury? Oh, it's only pulled ankle. But you'll get over it, friend. I love how Hadrian is the Abdul Nabi fan club and Anarith has now become the unofficial Goof Vandenbroek fan club. And I'm here for it. Also, remember today, Emmett. It's kind of like the first nail in his coffin could happen today because we get the youth intake preview today, which you'll actually hear halves tears if it's like an E-rated one. Hello, Daz. How's it going? We just won a game in the Champions League, which is nice. We're in our new stadium. That was our first European game in the new stadium as well. Smashed it. Right, what do we got? Or is this another one of these catch-up games? Oh, there we go. That will be tough. Ferencváros away at Austria Vienna will be really tough. And Molfehavar at Legia? Ooh, maybe. If they take anything from this, I'll consider that good. And what about you lot? Any fun stuff here? Újpest away at Tuzla. They have to win that, really. That should be a winnable game. Kizvada away at Maccabi Tel Aviv will be surprised if they win that, because they're quite a good side. Virginia went for 23.5 million. 20 up front, another 3.5 based on the number of league games. But he'll get those league games. Because we've just decided that he just wasn't up to scratch anymore, which is a shame. In fact, before I check this, what if Lucas has now appeared on here? No, he's not had enough games under his belt yet to appear on that, but I suspect he's putting up good numbers. Hello, Pog. How's it going, love? A countdown from ED7 when he gets to ED0. To be fair, Backlog, I would say that he's probably at that point. Because I think he had 3 good youth intakes at the start, And it's kind of been about 7 years without it. So I feel like we're almost at that point. And Russo is not back. No, we're going to Lucas. And if that fails, we're looking at Junior Portilla for next season, back from his loan spell, potentially, because he actually looks really good. Some specific clubs, really? Interesting. Oh, look at that. See, they all love you, Paul. She's getting better too. Yesterday was way better. She was way more confident with the car and like finding the biting point, things like that. Got it into the driveway without stalling it as well, which sounds stupid, but like there's like this huge lip that you have to go up over, and it's quite a tight turn. And if you don't have the confidence to yeet the car through it, it sometimes can get a bit funky. Right. Okay. European football. Go. This is where it takes us to a screen that's in between because I'm using screen flows for this. So anything else could happen. Oh, imagine Bart. 1-1. Beautiful. 3-0. Okay, that sucks for Molfehavar. But, oh my Gideon. That sucks for them a lot. They were the better side. Okay, annoying. But, great result for Ferencváros. Wow, that was a shit game. It was such a shit game, but fair play. Another point. We take that. And, Conference League. 3-0? Holy shit! A Kishvada, an underrated, like, hottie. Like, 3-0 away. Maccabi Tel Aviv are not a bad side by any means. They're going to be like I would say they're a solid top 15 side in this. So for Kishvada to go there and win 3-0 with, once again, De Bruyne, Merle and Matos, especially Merle and De Bruyne are absolutely killing it this season. I think you're right. It is really down to these two. Merle's already got he's got 13 goals and 4 assists this season. And De Bruyne's got how many? Actually, only 8 goals, but he has scored 8 in 8 in Europe. He's not scored a single goal in the league, but he has scored 8 goals in Europe. So he's doing it where it matters, right? Little Obby, thank you for the follow. Chef's kiss father in it. Small forever. Yeah, they've kind of fucked it there. So that's we win. 2 more wins. Oh, that's so many points. That's so many points. 7.9. Suck on that, Portugal. We've absolutely gapped them now. We're over 2 points clear of Portugal. 7.9 is the 3rd highest coefficient in Europe right now. I think you're right, Anarith. I think if he stays fit and continues, I think he needs like 1 more season out on loan, probably, at Kishvada, particularly if they're going to continue playing well. If they're a shit side and he struggles, but if they could start to develop and he gets more game time there, I think he's the perfect type of player that could develop into an absolute worldie. I mean, in fairness, he was one of the few loan players that was considered 5-star still. Jarju's kind of like the player that we put in when he'll get more game time at the moment because we sold Flavian Moores, but he's really a second choice, more of a third choice, honestly. Like if we can't rotate around our main 3 centre backs, then Jarju will come in. He's kind of a utility man in all ways. This is great. That's a good point, Blue Luna. I hadn't thought about. That's the thing that could happen later in the save. It will kind of almost have to happen in order for us to catch up. So that's going to be fascinating as well. So what happens with that? If we were to get top 2 and that was okay, because we'd already qualified, would it just go to another random Hungarian side, like the one with the most coefficient? How does that work? I'm curious to see if we ever encounter that. But point being, 7.9 already when there's still like, what, half the matches to go? That's filth. We could be on for, I think we have to get at least 15 points this season. I think 15 points would be par. Anything above that is great. Record transfer income. Yep. Oh, new gate receipt as well. 120 grand. That's going to help us as well. What was the attendance for that game, actually, while we're here? It was... Also, not quite maxed out, but nearly 18,000 into the ground for these guys. And let's be honest, we'll probably get that against Benfica and Real Madrid. We'll get full 19k capacity. You need a good Europa run. But the point being, look at the Europa League right now. Ferencváros are currently sitting 4th in the Europa League. That's the Europa League. This isn't like... And Molfehavar are still top 25 or top 24. They're doing their thing. You know, they've got a couple of wins under their belt. They've had some tough ones. You know, away at Lille and Legia Warszawa, those were not games they were likely to get anything from. But the fact that they beat these two is really important, especially that away win at BK Häcken. Really useful, that. I think they'll probably end up coming like 18th or something. But Ferencváros are still well in the race to actually get a top 8 position. Maccabi Haifa as well. Big shout out them. So they're in good shape. As for the ECL, I mean, how's that looking currently? God, some weird. Kishvada and Újpest are both 9th and 10th. I would honestly say them coming 9th and 10th might be the best thing for Hungary right now. Because then they'd get the easier draws, get through, more coefficient, more money for them. Great news. I love how Kishvada are doing, though. They've really surprised me. Beating both EFK Göteborg and Maccabi Tel Aviv. And only losing to Olympiacos, who are actually... Oh, there they are. That's quite disappointing, actually. Turn Bristol into Bolivia. There's definitely a video in there somewhere. Yeah. I'm not sure how I'd actually structure it, but I think that if it is as chaotic as you say, then I think there's definitely a video there. I think I've sort of taken up the role now as the guy that just does the chaos stuff, which is why you're going to see the red card thing. By the way, I finished off that season just to test some stuff with Bournemouth. I got 51 reds, 230 yellows. And I've made a few little tweaks to the newest version of the database as well, which could be even better. Coefficients, yeah, we just looked at them. That's what we were just going through. I can't even do that in a Bristolian accent, no. Start building a nation, continue my current state. I mean, it's real fun, is what I will say. It takes time, but it is real fun. Oh, De Silva finally got his cap. Well, I'll be damned. Yes, he did.
Oh my God, an insane goal! I've just seen the most insane goal!
Ratafon, tu as nué en tong.
Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck?
I signe que there was a look-up for Roi Galvin.
Oh, there is. I love that you've donated money to tell me. Let me just... Oh, it has a Roy Galvin poster. My bad. Hang on. Right, 1 second. Because I couldn't actually make out what was said in that first one, and I'm actually going to try to get into Streamlabs and figure that out. But Gaffer, that's so unbelievably nice of you. I hope that was the correct amount, because if you've like put a 0 in the wrong place, I'm sure I can find a way to refund that. So fucking hell. Thank you so much, man. Log in Streamlabs ID. I think it's logging with Twitch. 1 sec. I wish it would show it in my feed. It just doesn't. Let's see. Gaffer, that's insane. And I will definitely take it up on your offer when Pog and I get ourselves over to Budapest. Right, can I actually look at this? I think I can read it in here. There's like a whole load of shit I have to go through to try and find. No tip history. What? Is donations different? It's just not showing up at all. Oh, there. Ah! Right, that's why it was. It's because he had Mathieu saying the name of a Thai player in a French accent. But no, seriously, thank you so much for that. It's unbelievably nice of you. I don't know what to say other than... Oh, Christ. Thank you, both of you. That's really, really ridiculously nice of you. Oh, Jesus. Blow me away there. Is this the... Oh, is this the test? Holy fuck. Yeah, we're definitely doing something with this, Hadrian. And I say we because yeah, I feel like you deserve a lot more credit. I've credited you in my script for the red card thing as well. As friend of the channel, Hadrian. It was brilliant because I was writing the script for the intro for it yesterday. And I had to keep coming up with like creative ways of explaining how aggressive the players now were. That's fun in itself. Research like the BBC. We'll take that. It's the ultimate dream duo. I'm the face, you're the brains. Pulisic. Yeah, we actually looked at Pulisic before. And unfortunately, as you can see... Wait, has he had his wage drop? He wouldn't take a wage cut. But... see if he changes his mind in January, maybe. Since he is surplus to requirements. That usually means they will. But you can see here that he still wanted... what was it? 72 grand a week. Like you're going to get that, bud. I'd bring him in, though. Also, Redacted got into the under-21s in Denmark. No, don't stay on it too long. Oh, Christ. That was close. Basically, Hadrian's found out that altitude massively affects things in the game. And so there's a lot of things you can do by making cities extremely high up in space. Not space, but like very, very high. Bristol's altitude is 16,000 feet. Do we have like a reference point for how high 16,000 feet actually is? Other than 16,000 feet, like, what kind of mountain are we talking here? I wonder if making it colder would make it better, Hadrian. Or whether the heat is a better modifier. Like, imagine 16,000 feet, but it's minus 43 degrees. Like, are we talking, like, go higher with heat? Oh, really? Cold games get postponed. Oh, they do. I wonder what would happen if you had it really cold, though, and all the games are getting postponed. Like, when would the games eventually happen? Everest is 30,000 feet. So half the size of... So it's it's like playing games on the top of Mont Blanc. Totally here for this. Everyone gets to do a UMT... Is it UMTB? While they go. That's going to be fun. Particularly if we do it with a really shit team and make them win because of it. Mexico... So it's like over twice the height of Mexico City. Bobby Tree with another double there. Oh, you want to see Pushkas? Speaking of, look at that. All 6 goals in this game were scored by players on loan from us. That's so good. Surface bit. Oh, it'd be brilliant. It'd be melting. Monk team with a stadium on a mountain. Oh, I could totally do the mid journey for that. It might be better actually, Hadrian, if we maybe make our own team. As in, develop a fake team. Because you could always make a fake town, I suppose. Or could you? No, you couldn't do that, could you? I suppose you could duplicate the town. I don't know how that would work. Pushkas is still an excellent player. It just feels like he kind of had a ceiling and he's kind of at it. Ball goes further on altitude. True. Maybe you need bigger pitches too. Just to sort of compensate for that at the same time. Here's the Al Ahly report. Oh, dear. So this guy pretty much is the most sort of highly thought after player. We'll scout him anyway. Doesn't look like they've got too much right now, though. Speaking of scouts, this is more like it. This is what I want to see. It definitely looks like the scout reports are much better this year. Get rid of those guys. Gurgly Albert! Ah! Now we're talking. Yeah, remove them from the list. Oh, withered also. I've just been getting lazy again, just doing the not interested thing instead. Right, okay, cool. Anyone interested in here? It looks like there was a few that were kind of potentially tasty. Guy at Ranas. Guy at Elche, who's really cheap. Antonio Barrera. So apparently confusing person. One of the things that Hadrian was saying is that you can only set it to a max of 8,000 if you do it from fresh. But if you duplicate the city in China that's 16,000, then you can still use it. I guess they didn't want people doing this. Haha. They've not met us yet. So there's Andre Bohats. Okay. Still only 16. He's definitely one to keep an eye on. Pacey, crossing and dribbling are solid. Good on both feet. 6 foot as well. With 9 jumping reach. Bud, you've got to do better than that. He's intriguing. There's also Robert Mikolic, 15-year-old at Dinamo Zagreb. Not the quickest, but look at that crossing ability. Good crossing, good tackling. Not a lot of dribbling. Good on both feet. Shoots from distances with 4 long shots. Okay, so that's not ideal. A city below sea level. You could make Atlantis. Andre? I can't say the R. How is the R pronounced? Andrej? Andrej? No, I don't know. Give me a phonetic pronunciation. Antonio Barrera. Is Barrera worth just picking up because he's 850 grand? Oh, so basically, Abon, Hadrian has discovered that if you set a stadium and a city to be extremely high, it affects the matches in an absolutely chaotic way. Like, insanely chaotic. Now, whether he talked to us or not is a different matter. He will. Yeah, I think that's the one confusing person. That's the city in China, I think. I don't know how tall La Paz is. Cheers, usual suspect. Yeah, you got to get an extra lung. Tries long-range free kicks with 30 free kicks, I guess is fine. He's one of these randomly cheap Spanish players that we've been picking up a little while. Man is blind. That, yeah, true. He is visually impaired. Like, we would have to... He'd be the first footballer to ever need a seeing eye dog on the pitch. Some Dutch... Oh, yeah, the Dutch... The Lincolnshire of Europe. La Paz is... So it'd be like a good 4,000 feet above La Paz. Mad. Oscar Caldera of Barcelona. Yeah, he's not going to sign for us. What about the Ranas guy? Pedersen? Oh, yes. He I like. He is very nice. He's just so developed in like he's got solid crossing, solid tacking, solid marking, solid everything. Good on both feet. He's fast-ish. He's 6'1". I like him a lot. He's already got one under... I wonder if we could get him... Not now, but you know what I mean. Oh, he could. So it would cost us 3.3 million. Honestly, I'd be happy to drop some of the Joao Virginia money straight into Christian Pedersen. I like him a lot. Realist personality, which is... some low ambition in there. High work rate. solid-ish teamwork. Stamina's solid. Natural fitness is okay. For someone who's 17, though, he's very, very well-rounded. If we got a player like this in our youth intake, we'd be like, that's an absolute worldie. We sold Israel to... Christ, who was it? Was it Al Nasir? I actually genuinely cannot remember which the team was. It was a team from the Middle East. That much I can tell you. It was Al-Ain. Oh, wait. You're right. I think it was Al-Ain, wasn't it? The keeper is now Lucas. And so far, so good. Man's kept 3 straight clean sheets since coming into the team. Any other... Was another... Oh, this is that guy before, isn't it? Orlan Lynn Pettersson, the 6'5" striker, who I definitely want more information on. This is much more like it, though, in terms of the players coming through. Oh, Hungarian. That's super annoying. Hungarian guy comes through, but he's worth moon money at PSV. Great. He's not even bad either. He's actually really good. That's what's disappointing about that. Well, we're going to have to look at this because I think that you might all be right. That's not true. You literally can't all be right. Of all the things that can happen, that is literally not one of them. Let's just check our transfer history. It was Al Hilal. Which, as far as I'm aware... I was going to say, as far as I'm aware, none of us got it. But no, DPT got it. It was Al Hilal. I thought it was Al Nasir. Someone thought it was Al Gore. Yeah. Is it... Like, actually-wise, he's still fantastic, but just wasn't doing it for us, right? And he's earning 36 grand a week there. I think that's good for him. Like, he gets to remain positively thought of in our hearts. 69 million out as well. I think... No, we just have to make sure we can't sell another player at any point until the rest of the season goes past now. Oh, I didn't check out Mehmet Aydin. My bad. I'll be missing you. Oh, good lord. I'm guessing it's the guy at Schalke? Yeah, it has to be. Alternative whiz quiz. I just need a piss. Please remind me which teams Real Virginia played for. It could be Albuquerque because they are moving the team to New Mexico. It's true. So that's Mehmet Aydin. Was he actually got Turkish second nationality? Yes. He'd be perfect for that test I was thinking about doing. I actually did some experiments with that yesterday with both Curacao and Suriname, and it really does work. And I think it's going to make a really fun video as well. Do it on like a 30-year basis to see how much progress they can make with in 30 years. Plus, with the in-game editor switched on, I can turn new gens as well. So I think that's actually going to be a really fun video. Best man for you! Thank you very much for the follow. Sounds like an advert. Like you see it written on a toilet door. I'm here for it. Should be a number underneath. So that's Mehmet Aydin. Sport of the invented in Lisbon. Holy shit, nice. He's not really much of a goal scorer after all, being a wingback, but he seems to be quite low on assists. Speaking of that, Schalke seem to be quite yo-yoing themselves as well. Lots of Zwei Bundesliga in here as well. Although they've had 5 seasons of consistency, and he seems to be having his best season to date so far. So pick up them. There's so many countries you can do it with. The first one I'm going to do, though, is going to be a combined one with Suriname and Curacao. That way there's more bang for buck in the video. So for those who missed this, I'm going to make a video where every player that's eligible for Curacao but is like Dutch or something will now be Curaçaoan. And same with Suriname, to see how much of an impact that would have on their national team's ability to actually succeed. And then throughout that, I'm also going to be every year checking if any new players come through that have the same nationality breakdown and changing them to Curaçaoan as well. So I think that's going to be really fun. Oh, thank you. Hang on, wait. Hang on, you. Altid Solio Slow? I'm so... Oh, hang on, wait, no, hang on. Oh! Hang on. Altid Solio Oslo. That's Norwegian, isn't it? Because all day something Oslo, maybe? But thank you very much. That's super nice of you to say. Sorry, I got bogged down in the name there, but I like that. But no, thank you. That's very kind of you. I always never know what to say when people are like, I'm giving you money for this reason. I'm just like... I can't always say, I was like, okay, so I wasn't far off, I suppose. But thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. Tusen tak. Also, I actually like that even more now that I know what it means. Right, Barrera. Show me your Barreras. No. I feel like no matter what name he had there, that would have sounded wrong, but his name particularly didn't work for that. Never ask someone to show you their Barreras, chat. Pro tip. That's a lot of money, but you're Spanish, luckily, so you get a shit contract. Now, if you were not Spanish, this wouldn't happen, so you've got to think about this before you decided to be Spanish. 5 years. I'll smack a relegation clause on there as well. Maybe not that down a little bit too. There we go. Lovely. Pretty cloudy. Ah, useless. Maybe I did. So Pedersen as well, I'm actually really interested in. Get rid of these, because I love how they never argue when you remove those. Makes me happy. Now, Pereira, show me your Pereira. Indeed, yeah. You definitely can't do with that one. You definitely can't do Christian. Would heavily avoid. God, I love the things Saz has added to these screens. It's just so useful. Because this guy's had a hip injury, and now we know about it. Now, what we do with that information is entirely up to us, but at least, you know, you get your hip injury out the way while you're still playing in Denmark, and then things just aren't as complex anymore. Okay, they want him loaned back. He is only 17. So actually, no, because he's not playing for them. I would do it if he was in their first team and was playing football, but there's no point in extending his loan so he could not play for them. It makes more sense for us to bring him back and then loan him out to someone where he actually will play. Particularly as after Christmas, they're probably going to need him. There he is. Great Olympics! Man's just writing reviews now, apparently. Jet ski incident. Well, they've got jet skis in Denmark. I'm sure it'll be fine. More of a snowmobile thing. Although it's Denmark, in it. It's not as, like... Cost of a small flag. So I made a skin, basically, that I was using to do the Curaçaoan thing. And that does it. But obviously, that's different menus in it. Drop my... my Magnum Dong. I'll never get over that. Do they have a fjord in Raunes? I don't know. I don't know where about. I can't imagine there's any fjords. Oh, wait, they do have a fjord in Raunes. Wow. Fair. Oh, Christ, you're right. He literally spent 10 years at Sporting and played not a single minute. They've got a harbour. You could do jet skis in a harbour. No problem. Hey, Voidenstein. Actually, no issue with this whatsoever. Zambia. I don't think I've actually looked at Zambia. Oh, they've been... Well, they were up as far as 71st, but now it's kind of gone off the boil for them there a little bit. They do have Patson Daka from Red Bull Salzburg, though. So there's that. Yeah, I don't think I even scouted Zambia. Oh, I might have missed Zambia last time. Fuck it. Let's go. Particularly as the names, right? You have to look at the names. That's why we're here. Any fun ones? There's Gift Tembo. Gift Lungu. There's all kinds of gifts here. They're the gifts that keeps... Saviour Musakanya. Fuck, son. Love that. Organ donor striker. Wait, what? Audi Luvavadio? Gift Lungu. Right, sorry. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Oh, God. Oh, I get you another VIP. A second VIP of the day. Boom. One of us. One of us. In fact, let's go back to the under 20 squad. I might have missed some fun names in there while we were dicking about. Dominic Boila, Brian Banda, like that. Morden. Godfrey. Rogers back. Prosper Binga is glorious. Love that. Big fan of Prosper Binga. Which just sounds like another one. My God. Hope I don't run out of these. I think we should be alright. Hope I've done this right. I hope I've done this right. More. And then there's also Andrew Zulu down there at the bottom, which is wonderful. No one in the B team, presumably. These are usually blank. Yeah. Unless there's a certain event going on, they're usually blank. Any fun ones? Let me just sort by age, see if we get any. Gift Sun Tzu. This goalkeeper is very familiar with the art of war, is all I will say. Boyd Yerra as well, which is a pretty cool one. Amon Shulu. Oh, these are real players now, aren't they? Monday Blower is great. Love that. Fuck it, we'll get these guys scouted too. You never know. We could be sitting on the next... I'll have to check, actually. Like, how many of those I've got left. Because the last thing I want is people to redeem it and not be able to actually use it. Oh, wait, I've still got to do... Tommy Conway. Who, for some reason, in my head, I'm thinking of Blackburn now, and I don't know why. Bengal Costa, thank you very much for... Wait, where's Tommy Conway?
I've tried to think of something funny for the last 20 months and succeeded. However, this month I am a failure. So here goes 111 sextillion 111 quintillion 122 quadrillion 222 trillion 233 billion 333,344,444.
Agreed. Hard agree. I think our best, it's got to be between these three. It's either Thomas Velasquez because he's younger and he's only 20, so he would be up there. In fact, he's the only one that's considered a wonder kid by the media, so if that helps. But also Brandon Silva is particularly exceptional on top of that as well. Ed Rice, thank you very much for the 2 months. That's very kind of you. Oh, number of VIPs now. It could be. It could well be. And then probably Montiel. Still my favorite is Big Montiel, although I don't like these red arrows. He's going to have to sort that out. Oh, dear. Balls have been on the wall. Ooh. You never expect the sextillions, do you? The sextillion sounds like an erotic dance troupe. Do you know what I mean? But like a traveling erotic dance troupe. They come around in a van or something. Everyone loves a sextillion. I feel like this one's probably not going to work unless Arsene Wenger comes up. Oh. There is Marcel Wenger, who, believe me, if he wasn't on 10 grand a week, we'd be all over it. Rob, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. Wow. So much generosity today. What's going on? Thank you very much for that, Rob. That's very kind. Welcome aboard. Knockout stage of the Champions League. Oh, in Ireland. Oh, Christ. I actually don't know. So it's... That's a question for the Law Masters. And I don't know exactly what point that was, unfortunately. I'd have to go back and check. It's tough to say because it probably took a little while, particularly with the way the Champions League groups were at the time. Like, we kind of only did one season of struggling to get to the knockouts in this save. Like, if you actually look at our Champions League, I don't know, performance history, so to speak, we didn't get to it. Then we got 26th, but then after that, round of 16, final, round of 16, round of 16. Like, we've got through it every single time after that. Oh, thank you, Rob. Group of alien porn stars from up there. Wait. See, now this sounds real. Just don't put that in the mid-journey. You'll get banned. Right. How long have we got until Benfica? So, that's plenty of time. Which means rotate Aru a little bit. Make sure Goof's on the bench, which he is. Good. Big up the Goof. New format, it is and it isn't. There's drawbacks to it as well. The big drawback, which we're going to notice about it, is when we get to the stage where we've got other Hungarian sides in the Champions League with us. The fact that they've got nowhere to go. So they get their points or don't get their points, and then they're just kind of dead because there's nowhere to drop down. It's good and bad, but it does mean that the ones in the lower competitions don't have to worry about big teams from the Champions League dropping down, so it's a double-edged sword. I think it's going to give us a better chance at winning the lower competitions if we can get those teams good enough, but it is going to mean that some of the ones that go to the higher ones do struggle a little bit sometimes, unless they turn into Dundalk. Yeah, we make our own tactics. We've been working on something new over the last couple of weeks, ironically directly after I put out a video about the tactic, but that's life, isn't it? So Yeboah is wanted by Bayern still, and Malero is still wanted by Barcelona. Okay, everyone wants everyone. Apparently someone wants Marcus Antonio. Oh, it's Vashas. Okay, so Lucas is 3 for 3 so far. Solid. It's doing all right. It is the Bellingham in the sense that it is a real player whose name is Joe Bellingham. Castillo's on a good record still. It's just what he could be on. Like, if he was performing to the levels he was at last year, he would be sat on probably about 17, 18 goals at this point, which is still good. But you can see that he needs to be a little bit better than he has been. And he's been getting there, slowly. It's Linda Bellingham. Oh, dear. God rest her soul. It's Brother Bellingham. It is J Bellingham. That's true. In fact, not only is it J Bellingham, it's J Bellingham that ends with an E. It's just the 2 letters in between. Our club rank. I don't know what our club rank is. I think we were like 18th last season. I think. Unfortunately, the club rank's kind of almost become completely irrelevant now because of the pot situation is sort of, you know, it doesn't really matter too much. Because you play the same number of teams for every pot every single time. It's more just I suppose it does matter for coefficient money in terms of the, what's it called, the solidarity thing. Champions League, that's insane. So it's, which team are you managing? Ah, here we go. So yeah, 2031. That's still pretty good, to be honest. That's like, with Ireland, that's a good, with 10 years, I'd say that's actually pretty solid. Given that we are, I mean, we got it like season 5 here, didn't we? But that's because we had a better team to begin with. Bit light in those areas. We're certainly light in strikers. without a shadow of a doubt. Because if you think about it, Airing's out on loan, Suhi's gone, hence why Goof and Radojic have become the backups. So I think that we would like to sign a striker if we could find one. Hopefully one will come through those scout reports and we'll just get one like that. That's the hope anyway. I don't really want to bring any of the loans back. Although if I have to, then De Bruyne could be that guy if we can't find anyone. He's very much... I'm happy to bring him back and make him our number 2. Especially if he has a good season at Kijvara. Watch him score against us today. Centre-back, again, with us selling Flavian Moores, it would be nice to bring another new guy through. But yes, those are the weaker points in the team. Abdul Nabi and Navarro has missed the target. He must have been offside. Oh. They could have Jose Bellingham. We don't need anyone. Watch me send him out on loan off stream just to spite you. We'll get him on for the second half, though, if we're in a comfortable position. Give him like half an hour towards the end. We'll see. Although, frankly, he might just have to start a game soon, honestly, because I don't trust Radojic. Although I do have a bet with someone off stream that says that if I can get Radojic to over 5 XG, I believe it is, without him scoring a goal, they'll gift a sub. So there is that particular agreement as well. Oh, go on. Oh, lovely work from Job. Flying in there. Our current league ranking is 7th, but we have now, as of the current time of speaking, we've got a 2-point gap over Portugal to go 6th. So they'd have to gain a lot this season, and we're having a belting year. So we're probably going to go 6th by the end of this season, which is an extra team in Europe, which is a huge step. Easy to change the stadium photo. Honestly, do you have a stadium photo pack already? Because if you do, then yes, it's very easy. If you don't, then I would argue, honestly, getting one of those first would be the first step. Oh, if a player says they want to consider their options, Will, this is the steps you do. Scroll to the bottom of the contract talk, and one of them will say something about ambition. It works. I've not seen it fail for me ever. So far, that works every time for me. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of times where it will fail, but so far in this entire save, I've not had it fail once. If his mum was due... Oh, it could be. She could be. Reputation, I think we're still 8th at the moment because the reputation seems to lag a little bit. Because bear in mind, with the coefficient charts, teams can fall in coefficient. Leagues very rarely lose reputation in FM. It's usually just that another league gains more than the other one does, which is why I find that it's often difficult to get to the very top of that because the Premier League will just get stuck on 10,000 and that means you can't really overtake it. Yeboah again. Ooh, good save again. 70% of the time it works every time. Exactly. To be fair, if you replace the picture, bear in mind, if it's a brand new stadium, then you can't really do that because the stadium wouldn't exist in your save. Oh, Castillo's in. Right, here we go. This is a chance. He's got to finish it. I think that deflected off the defender, right? Emil Rindeser. Hang on. Rindeser? I'm sorry if I fucked your name up there, but thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. So another big chance there has gone. A still unbeaten season. No, we've actually lost twice this. Oh my god. The best... we actually just... Oh, shit. Well, it ain't him. Probably still the best player in the team is Montiel. Even though he's not starting. It's just because of other reasons. I still think he's the best. It's between him, Silva, and... Christ, who am I thinking of? Between him, Silva, and... There's a third guy. Oh, Velasquez. Oh, building a nation in England. Yeah, that would be somewhat simple. I would have suggested. Home record. Oh, here we go. So this is another one of the tests, chat, with Hadrian's experiment. Holy shit! Wow, you're miserly away from home. Admittedly, that's funny as hell. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that. There's a lot of fun to be had there. Oh. Yeah, bear in mind, this was a new contract. He's actually a pretty good lad. Like, he never complains about wanting to leave. And when he does, he's written one talk. And he's, like, around. When we don't play on the mountain, we lose. Oh, this is going to make such a fun video. Yeah, so that's annoying. But we are leading, at least. But again, underperforming, as is the standard these days. At least we are back to the top currently, because Ferencváros keep bottling it. Doesn't keep shit like staff responsibility set. Yeah, that is so strange. I noticed this when I was doing the Journeyman save last year, that it just keeps like resetting things. It's like, do they not think that I would quite like to keep those preferences? I'm the same manager after all. That's performance-wise, again, excellent. Just lack of quality in finishing has once again let us down. But we bring Goof on at 60 minutes, and hopefully that changes everything for us. Because again, Castillo's had the chances today. It's not like he's been feeding off scraps. Right, it's shit like this. Do you see what I mean about how it almost feels like you're not allowed to score sometimes? Like, how on earth are both of those blocked? That is actually insane. But this has been happening in like every game now. Pretty much every game anyway. Oh, the second one especially. Those never go in anymore. Those open net ones are always blocked, which is a shame because it just doesn't look very good. The Cupboard's Revenge in it. So Goof is in. We're gonna get Brahim Diaz. It feels like the new match engine really has put one-on-ones back to how they were in like FM20 again. Yeah, it does. I feel like a lot of the problems with anything they change in the match engine is that there tends to be a knock-on effect of other things breaking too. And maybe it's a case of they didn't want so many silly goals defensively, so unfortunately that's the way that it's now covering it up, which is not ideal. Castillo still again, another save. That's his last action before being substituted. He's missing another chance. We're at 3 XG for this game, so we could be going to minus 15 XG for the season. I kind of want to see how deep the rabbit hole goes with this now. Bellingham now. Watch Goof get a hat-trick. Whoa. I just kind of want to see how far we can push it at the moment, because it does seem very strange. Well, Brahim taking a few players up. Ooh, bringing out all the fancy moves. That's a nice pass for Yeboah. He's in on goal. He'll spread this past the keeper. And then you see goals like that, where he doesn't even shoot the ball. It is 2-0. Yeboah has scored, but man never took a shot. Is that the only way to score a one-on-one now? You actually dribble past the goalkeeper, but like through their body. Who was that with the pass? Was that Bellingham? Yeah, lovely ball. Great on the chest, but does he ever actually shoot here? He just... I mean, hey, we'll take it. He has put it in at least. Swedish coach, no, I didn't. What? Curious. Also, did you guys see the whole Denmark losing to Kazakhstan thing? That's unexpected. Okay, we still need to get like 2 more goals just to get ourselves back to par here. Little topo? Yeah, maybe. Brahim out to the widers. Okay, let's stretch him a little bit. Come on, here we go. Malera bringing it forward. Look at the space in the middle. And it's another miss. All these big chances, man. It feels like before, where now all of a sudden it's back to that situation where those big chances are being shown to you, and maybe they're actually not as big as you think they are, but they look really big. How do you feel now, Anna? We have no one to bring on. I think I've made all my subs. Yep. We're just going strikerless. Let me just get Brahim as a... Goof's dead. It was a goofy movie after all. When you listen to each other's hearts, chat. This is... What do you reckon? 2-2? Has to be, right? Boston Czechs felt a bit Moldova. Oh, God, yeah, they drew... Like, was it 0-0 away from home or something? Not ideal. Good little diving header there. Glad that's here. Oh, dear. Thankfully, we're 2-0 up, but... Yeah. Hey, and Lucas has made a save here. He's looking for 4 straight clean sheets, but he has at least... Oh, look at Brahim. He's going through them all. And then he's done that. Just keep going, buddy. At that point, you're in. Yeah. Those are not... I mean, the Vandenbroek injury isn't like the end of the world for us, potentially, but the Abdul Nabi injury does not help. So a little cheeky 2-0. XG of 4. When does it end, chat? When? This is not ideal. The chances are there. And it feels like when we do score, it's not like the strikers just taking a sensible chance. We seem to score the worst chances and miss all the good ones. This feels so much like the last year's mid-season update with Treaty, where we had this exact same thing suddenly start happening. So 2... Oh, nicely. Oh, look at that from Kekskmet. 2 goals in stoppage time to deny Ferencvaros. Actually on the fixture list. I don't know if that information is actually available, Will. So I'll have to ask Saz. Saz, if you see this in the VOD, is XG for the match able to be added to this screen? Or is that simply not a possibility because it doesn't show up in these? I'm curious. Just leave that one for Saz. So how bad is Goof's injury? Ooh, groin's gone. And Hossam... Ah, okay. Only minor injury there. Thank God. Fan day success. 15k for that is not bad, actually. 6 straight is good. Like, we're still winning games, right? But it's because that gap is growing. It certainly do be growing. So Jude, oh my good lord, 122 England caps. It's amazing that he only has 4 goals. He's just obscene. Absolutely obscene. A player this good should be illegal. The reason I suspect that it's not likely is I tried to get... So basically, this is the thing that I tried to get Saz to do, which he's shown me some prototypes, but it doesn't work properly because of the way that FM is in the background, or it might be something like that. Basically, what I wanted was for... Basically, you know this information here? I wanted this information to be able to be displayed on this panel on the right. The issue is that FM doesn't work like that. So, for example, if I click this, the reason it doesn't work is you notice when you go to a match, there's like a loading screen as it has to generate this information. This here is what prevents that from being the case, because it means that they can't pull that information properly unless you're on that screen, from what I've gathered. Anyway, which is a shame. Right. Yes, there's a skin. There is a version of the skin for laptops as well, Smitten. In fact, there's 4 different versions of the skin now, which is awesome. Might even be 5. What are we at now? -14. -14. Striker shoots with power PPM. I don't want to start loading them with too many PPMs just because we can't guarantee that every striker is going to have that. Fact being, the simple fact of the matter is a striker with good ability shouldn't need 7,000 PPMs in order to actually score a goal. That's the way I refuse to believe that that is the case, basically. That will be something we should have to do, because otherwise that wouldn't explain how other strikers are able to score against us, and they can't have that PPM. So there must be something that we're doing wrong, and it might just be pure bad luck at some point, right? And yes, it does have instant result. I just don't like stacking out loads of players with PPMs, because it means that it's really hard. If something else then changes, it's really hard to get anything back from that. Wow, he's actually at West Ham. He was a player that was very much in line for career resurrection, although it looks like he's also going, which is surprising. Although he hasn't really played much last season. Although the season before that, 38 starts for them, 12 assists in the Premier League as well, and then this year just fallen off a cliff potentially. How much is Patino on at West Ham? 80 grand a week. No England caps for Patino. To re-rank the patio. Hell yes. I won't know with another hattie though. Who's the top scorer in the league right now? Papa Fay, Mazzinia. All 3 of them are either on loan or former players of ours, which is nice. Same with the assists, actually, apart from Segui, who they just bought themselves. Good shout. Falling for because of injury. Could be, yeah. Get Charlie. Yeah, we'll get ground force in. Wait, have we got 13-day gap? Oh, even better. Get the players fresh. Tackle. Wait. Oh, yeah, there's the Debrecen game there. We'll play against Fott. It's Fott time. Oh, no, he's a great player. I think it's just a question of getting him at the right time, innit? I do like General Giant as well. I don't think he's ever going to be great for us, but he seems to have done okay for Pushcast, right? Massive team, how about? I don't know, but I do know that playing a friendly against a really shit team and humping them 9-0 really does. If you're ever stuck for a bit of morale and you've got like an international break, schedule a friendly, because the players will get morale from scoring and winning the game. And it does work. So any more regens in here? Where's that goalkeeper? Ah, there he is. That's the goalkeeper guy. Is he still going to be the only regen on the list? He might, you know. I reckon there's like one more. Oh, no, he's not a regen, is he? That's Wanner. Ah, hang on. There he is. Another one. Aaron Godot. Wait. Anyone recognize Aaron Jadot? Yeah. That's the lad. Yeah, he's the guy that we tried to trade them Stanislav Suhi for, and they actually accepted it. We could have had this guy if he'd willing to take sensible contract. Well, at least we know we were onto the right thing, I suppose. So there is actually at least 2 on there now, and then any on the last page. Still just 2 dudes. That's mental. Original Phil Neville. Do we really? We do indeed. You're right. Phil Neville at Crystal Palace. There he is. It's actually played for them too. Fine, you get a scout. Wouldn't it be hilarious if his favoured personnel... Rod Proctor. What a name. What a name for an agent. Rod Proctor. Don't let that man give you a colonoscopy, is all I'm saying. Yeah, I think... It's weird that he... I don't know why he even got in there. The goal 50 thing is always dominated by players in like their 30s, and it takes ever to get any regens in there. It's really strange. Like, Brune was the first one, and that was last season, to give you an idea. So we're getting Barrera and his Barreras. But are we getting Pedersen? Yes, we are. Christian Pedersen. Totally worth it for me. I like him. Big team. Playing better football makes you... It would be worth testing it, I suppose, actually. I'll add it to my list. I've got so many damn lists at the moment. I'm hoping to try and record this red card video tomorrow, but hopefully I'm feeling well enough at this rate. Because I'm going to have to sit here. It's going to take like 8 hours to actually record that. Because I'm going to have to record the entire... I have to play through the entire season actually playing the games. There's no way around it. I did some tests and it's so much worse when you don't do that. So there's Drinker, a couple of Drinkers. Eddie Howe, apparently. And then, of course, Leon Drinkuth, who is the German striker that we were actually quite interested in at one point, if I recall. Less so now. I think it is just... It might be down to the rep of the players, meaning that the older players get more rep because they've played more things in order to have attained that rep, and it takes the younger players a little while to get enough reputation to win things, maybe. Oh, so the closest we're going to get to drink is Drinketh, but I'm glad I got that anyway, just so that I can have a little drink. Oh, I might just go back to bed after stream, honestly. One of those days. Cook Pog some pasta when she gets home, and it's all good. I'll do my wifely duties. Hurley's now full training. Good. Björnasoy. Oh. Okay. Do you know what? I think he does need another loan move, honestly. But still, I love how he's 24 and he's still on the dev list. He's a happy-looking chap. I don't think he'd be... How on earth would be Hungarianize his name? I guess you could put a Z in there. That would be a particularly tough one. But he's not got a cap yet. Because it's nice to have 77 million back in the bank again. I feel much more financially stable this year, given that we've actually made 45 million in profit this season. We're definitely on the right footing there. Yeah, we could do Hajvad. He does look a little bit like Daniel James, yeah. He's got that same kind of happy face. Oh, come on. Well, I guess that means that Castillo's out, Goof's out, so I guess Radojic is starting for Da Silva. That's an easy one, right? Just do Da Silva with a Z. Or whatever maybe the Hungarian word for the is, unless it's like a compound thing, like in Swedish and stuff, where it's like on the end. I have to ask Dressage Guy. Speaking of... foreshadowing there, Anarith. Man's just got his first Hungarian cap, so I guess we have to do this. His name is Claudio Da Silva. So, I mean, I guess this one's a really straightforward one, isn't it? It's just that for the moment. Da Silva. For the moment. These at or as. We can do as. Because I think that keeps it nice and like that. As Silva. Silver striker. I kind of want to I want to try Radojic just because I want to sort of push the boundaries of how far he can go without scoring. It means plum. Even better, he's the plum. Play some odds. How do you mean did I do something with them? What could I have possibly done with them? Though there is a really good striker from odds that we're looking at. He's 6'5". Is just, but then we don't get to do silliness. Actually, Asher, if you could like capitalize that for me, like the first letters of each word, so I can copy it. Wait, I could just do that myself, Matt. You lazy bastard. The reason I said that initially, by the way, was because oh, nice. Fuck. The reason I said that was because I wondered if some of the letters were like letters that had different characters in them, but they don't. So there we go. As is just there he is, Da Silva. Done in all his glory. Do many things. We can. Like scout them, which we have. So 18 Fort scored against us. And Dragoslav Radojic just banged a load. The umlaut troubled me. Yeah, I wondered where the umlaut was, but luckily the umlaut was in a non-problematic place, so it's all right. We got away with it, chatto. It's just that. It's useful to check in occasionally, just to make sure, right? Like, I nearly cut that jazz joke out of the recap video. I was like, no, I'm in the mood where this kind of jokes are definitely going to fly. He's a wonder kid. Chatto, is Bobby Tree actually the one? Maybe. Because he's starting to develop into quite a tasty looking player now. 16 acceleration, 14 pace, solid in the air, 14 finishing, 13 composure. Bobby is actually poggy. He's really getting this. Shame we can't look at his development. But he's now a wonder kid. Fairly professional personality. He's got solid determination. Maybe Bobby Treat. I mean, he's got 2 caps, 2 goals for Poland now. If he carries on like this, with that kind of rating, maybe. It's either him or De Bruyne. Maybe. Bobby's the Trek. What, just so we can call him Trek? What's his passing like? Either way, he's great. I'm quite... Oh, Bellingham can now speak Hungarian too. We've actually got a few guys out on loan that are now actually starting to look like they might be genuinely decent. I was worried for a few years. How low did you go with your recruitment team ability to increase your world knowledge? Honestly, Morix, I don't really have like a max N. It's more a case of personal preference, right? So when we're looking at staff, I probably still have the same things loaded from last time, so I can sort of prove my point. Not prove my point, but like explain what I mean. Oh no, we're looking at Hoyds, weren't we? So let me just set it to Scout. That'll just get them all. Okay, that's weird. That just took a little while to set there. There we go. Have loaded. 111,000 at the moment, I think, is what we're currently at. So yeah, I'd be looking... What I would do is I'd filter it by judging... Well, usually potential, actually. I find that's more important. And then I'll secondary filter it by that. But then as we go down, I'll just be looking at the nationalities here. And using that as a kind of deciding factor more than anything else. And then just see if there's any interesting combinations here that might have scouting knowledge. And I don't really draw the line. Like, if I'm looking for a specific country, then I don't care how low it is. So this guy's got Kazakhstan knowledge. But look at that. Look at those other nations he's got. I'd happily have him over a scout with 15-15 because he brings so much extra knowledge that you might not have. And it's so useful if you do the type of scouting that we do. Obviously, you want to build a scouting team with like at least 7 or 8 good scouts first. So solve whatever knowledge they have. And then the rest of it you can fill out with those guys. That's how we like to do it now anyway. But that's as of this year. It's our latest sort of development, I guess, in how we set our scouts up. Oh, dear. Yeah, we've got about 111,000 players loaded, I think. It varies from year to year, but I think at the latest check it was 111,000, which is good. It's a solid amount. And it also shows that the game is keeping the number propped up. It's not dropping. Because I think at the start we had 110k. How noticeable? Well, that's a question, Whoppers, that I'm going to probably answer in the video, because I'm going to do a test of exactly that to figure out how much difference they are, how much more or less information you get and how accurate they are based on scouting the same player with the exact same starting point, which is really, really easy to do. So I pick a player in a save where I've got the editor switched on, obviously with fog of war or, you know, attribute masking turned on, and then I make several different versions of the save file and edit the scout's attributes before each sim to see what the differences are. But I reckon it's not that much of a difference. But I'm curious to figure out exactly how much it does make a difference. It'd be kind of like when I did the Director of Football video last year. I've been wanting to do the Scout one for a little while anyway, so that is another one that's on my list. Yeah, it feels like something I'd be very interested in as well. I'll probably put it on the list. Maybe I could do it after the... We've got a few things on the list right now. Red card videos this week, and maybe put it in after that. And then there's the Suriname Curacao thing, the mountain team thing, which is going to be so fucking fun. It feels good to know I actually have like content planned. that's a nice feeling. I was floundering around at the start of the actual calendar year, being like, crap, I just don't know what I'm making here. But now I feel a lot more confident in it, which is nice. Just taking a little while to get used to this new style of content. Mostly fully scout. So I actually do 1 week scouts. So I guess another test would be, if you do set to fully scout, how quickly do they complete that assignment and actually give you extensive knowledge? Then again, as we've noticed in the past, sometimes extensive knowledge isn't actually complete, even though it's supposed to be. We've had some players where we've got extensive knowledge of them and we still don't know things about them. Which is why, for me, the percentages were better in a way. Ralph has got a cap for Colombia. Nice. Did law for the mountain team. True, we do. Yeah, fully scout. That's why I don't use fully scout. I do... The other reason I don't use fully scout is because if I change my mind about a player, I want to be able to change that mind sooner. So if I do 1 week scout, you get a little bit more information. You get little breadcrumbs. And at a certain point, you might go, actually, I don't need this guy anymore. Discard. Whereas if it's fully scouted, they're just in the background doing that. And you forget that because you're not getting those updates. So you have to wait almost until they're fully scouted to remember that the player exists. And then you've wasted so much of your scout's time. That's why I love a 1 week scout. You say Georgia beat France? I reckon it's because of our lad. Our country music specialist. Let's have a look. Big Joao. And... let's just check France's fixtures. Be easier. And you are correct. They did, in fact, beat France. 1-0 away from home. Levin Calandia scored the goal for them. What should be an absolute muggery. I mean, it is to an extent. How the fuck did France have 38% possession at home against Georgia? That's crazy. I assume Kvaratskhelia was not even in the team. Kvaradona didn't even play. Or did he? Nope. Kvaradona didn't even play. So they're just chilling. Just casually beating France, who did get Betrancourt injured, although Betrancourt's always good in every set. How good is Levin Caladia? Hi! No wonder he scored. Look at his finishing ability. Holy shit. 42 and 83 for Dinamo Tbilisi. Hey, James. Televised, obviously. Surely it was always going to be televised. It's a Champions League game. Who do they think we are? I guess the benefit of having Radojicic start for the next game, and there is very few of them, is... Oh, no. It's... The bigger they are, the harder they fall off a jet ski. I guess he's going to the specialist. Scott, we're not going out rabbit hole again. I think it's more about his decisions. I think his bravery is what truly matters. That's less than ideal. Loving the fact that Quivanino actually has an Ireland cap now. That makes me happy as well. Even he's not bad. He's just not as good as some of the others, but he's solid. The specialist who owns... I see. You mean it's like problem reaction solution. He's creating a problem with his jet ski rentals that are faulty, and then he gets to fix the problem. I see. Hegels would be proud. Radojicic. Oh, you want to be careful with the Radojicic fan trade, but we're going to find out all about it today as... Yeah, Castillo is fresh, but we want him for the next game, so we obviously won't start him here. I want to make sure we've got a fresh lineup for Benfica, because they're not going to be a pushover. So, fuck me. Although, actually, Hurley... Yeah, he's still not quite got the role yet. But he'll get it. Bellingham... Yoshi. We'll do Yoshi. Yoshi and... Jarju? Oh no, Jarju's suspended because of course he is. It might have to be Bjornshoy, actually. Abdul Nabi will rest for Medinger. Montiel needs a rest, and that's a good enough reason to drop him immediately. Oh, Christ. Alvarado, where's... Oh, Fernandez is knackered too. Fuck. But fuck it, Seri. Seri can play centre back. I just don't really want him to. And then I guess it's going to have to be Terranova. Oof. Just want to make sure we got a full strength side for the next game. Bobby Tree up against us today as well. This is I love this team with Farkashan and Bobby Tree. Nice. Emmett is going to definitely need a new job at the end of the... No, so not definitely. It's not completely confirmed yet, but there's a lot of things on the line for Big Emmett this season. And we'll have the first clue as to whether he's going to be keeping his job or not later in stream when we get that youth intake preview. Damn, we should have put Xavier in. Otherwise, what's he even doing here? Todd definitely hasn't retired. Well, I don't know, actually. Imagine if we had to sack Emmett and then we couldn't get Todd Cantwell. Nope. Shame we can't trial staff. Todd Cantwell is still very much there in all his smug, surfer-looking glory. Ready to take Emmett's job. And then do an exponentially better job of it. As Pushkas, by the way, are in genuine danger of being relegated this season. Like, it's not like they're kind of near the drop zone. I believe they're actually 5 points clear into the drop zone at the moment. And looking genuinely awful. Now that they've lost Conor Lithgow, as we've already conceded, Stefan Miladinovic gives them the lead. That kind of went through the keeper a little bit there. Lucas did not cover himself in glory on that one. Rogu Gaming. Thank you for the follow. Speaking of follows, we actually hit 18,000 followers on Twitch over the weekend, which was nice. I feel like we should have done better with that. Must have gone under the keeper's arm there. Or it went through his body like we saw last time. Okay, not ideal. Got a hole to dig ourselves out of now, but luckily we've got Dragan Radojicic, who's about to score a hattie. Will you wait, chat? Horizo! Or Horizos, thank you very much for the follow. It's for the follow for the prime. My apologies. That's very, very nice of you. Welcome aboard, my friend. Hopefully that will allow Radojicic to actually get his act together. Maybe? I don't know. He's already had, what's he up to? 4 XG now without a goal? Surely he's going to get a chance or 2 in this game. Even though it is a weakened side, we're still going to create stuff, right? Oh, nice work. I think we won't create as much today just because they're a decent team and we're massively rotating. We've got Harvard Bjornasoy in the team for crying out loud. Right, come on, Yeboah. It's a shame, actually, because I feel like at one point we actually thought Dragon might be the guy. Or at least a guy that could do something for us. But he just seems to have... Oh, got some bit through. Yes. Oh, nicely touched there from Brahim Diaz. He's in. And it's a great finish. Lovely strike from Brahim Diaz. At least it's an assist for Radojic, right? It's something. I do like the poacher, though, doing that. We're seeing a lot more assists out of our striker than we have in recent years. And it is at least helping us build up the play because he drops deeper. And that's a nice pass, too. The way that Diaz takes into his path is really nice. I thought that was going to get blocked. They almost always do. But good. We do have a leveler, which is nice. I feel like a red card's about to happen for some reason. Come on, get out to him. Yes, Joe. Joe's looked better too lately. Hurley. Radojic. No, it's found Yeboah. Yeboah's in. Oh, my God. Come on, Yakubu. You have to be burying that, bud. Can't be missing those. You're just a bit rash with it. Yeeted it over the crossbar instead. But if it means we get to keep the squad fresh, ready for the Benfica game, then I'll take it. As Brahim Diaz is through a second time, and it's another... Oh, that was a tough one, to be fair. Has to go across the keeper there. Would that be pronounced Hortoboj? Is that the river? Wait, no, the rivers are the Buddha and the Pest, aren't they? Or this is a different thing? Enlighten me. I love to learn. Okay, so now we're back underperforming again. But it's you know, it ebbs and flows throughout the game. We've got to create some chances. And we are at least doing that. Duna and the Tisla. Oh, really? So where does the whole Budapest thing come from? Because I thought the whole point of that was that it was... Oh, no, it was the cities, wasn't it? Either side of the river was Buda and Pest or something, wasn't it? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of a completely different city. I don't know. Oh, it was right. Okay. I knew it was something like that. Pest is right. Okay, that makes more sense. I was on the right track, just speaking... Yeah. But also on the wrong track. Oh, go on, Hurley. Oh, dear. There's a lot of those deflecting ones that the keeper could just pluck out there. Buddhistic. Now, they're so enlightened, you see. It's all that Buddhism. So does that mean that teams with like Pest on the end, like Uipest, are they on the Pest side of the river then? I'm guessing. Oh, he's going for a long one here. Pays! Oh, just wide. No, Hungry Law. Hungry Law's what you need. How will you know why I wanted to eat bread all the time, eh? That'll never die. Me and wanting to eat bread, that will never change. Pog and I are making air fryer mozzarella sticks later in the week, which is going to be fun. Just cause. Bobby Tree looks really good. He's got the hold-up play down. His passing looks solid, which is one of the things we were looking at. He's doing a decent job. Be nice if we could actually score a goal. I take it Dragon's actually... Like, he's got a 7 point... What's smidging right now, which I guess is mostly down to the fact that he's... got the assist, didn't he? Yeah, we found a... It wasn't actually a TikTok. It was a... It was a YouTube video, as it goes. Our air fryers are so good. Honestly, it was such a good purchase. Considering it was... I say a little bit. I've seen a lot of TikToks and I went, I kind of want to do some of this stuff now. So it was somewhat impulse, but I still did my research in the way that I normally do. And got a good deal on a good one. And it's been great so far, really. Really, really like it. It's just so nice to be able to just have that level of consistency in terms of the food. And not take up space with other things. So you've got a bit more control as well. Which is just really nice. Nice. Bobby's making the runs as well. Like, obviously, in our system, I feel like he'd flourish a little bit with that. Right, come on. Get on the end of it. Ah. Teams from Pest. I don't know, actually. There's Uipest. Oh, that's a great ball. Bobby's through. Bobby Tree. Against Lucas. Smashes it. Robert. Well, that's only his 3rd goal of the season. Remarkably. Debrecen are beating us, chat. This could be the 3rd defeat of the season incoming. We are certainly strengthening the other Hungarian sides. Like, it's a really nicely well-timed run. Completely does the defense. Thank God we're still top. I could see Bobby being the guy. Potentially. Just Castillo, like 20 minutes just to try and dig us out of our hole a little bit here. Everyone's just like, we'll just call him Bobby. The Bobster. If we did end up playing him out wide as a Trek, we could at least call him Bobby Trek then, I suppose. Oh, Jesus. Lucas hasn't had a wonderful game today. I don't think there's a lot he could really do about that last goal. It was just a good finish. The sort of finishes that our strikers seem to be completely incapable of producing. Right, come on, you bar. Here we go. Right, slip it through. Yes, great ball. Castillo. Immediate impact off the bench from Jose Luis Castillo. Radojic would not have scored that. But then again, I'd have said the same thing about Castillo before this game, so it's nice to see him at least score a goal from open play. That was really nice. The pass from Yeboah, with that extra run from Brahim Diaz to get to that more advanced position, but this pass is filth. Takes 3 guys out the game. Left-footed twat. Bang. Okay, we can still win this. It's just nice to see Castillo scoring as well, and a little bit of overperformance there slightly. I guess I'd just take a draw if we had to. But I think we can still go on and win this. Left-footed twat. And yes, I am talking about Mike. I'm hoping that I'm just going to keep bullying Mike for the rest of the year until we get the extend all loans option. That's my one goal for the year. If I get everything. Oh, a lot of touch from Bobby. Great work from Don. You're right, Mike. It's not exactly specific, is it? How's Yoshi got on today? Actually, quite well. Oh, what a ball. Castillo's in again. Try long range this time, buddy. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Twatting is the technical term. Very true. Hey, Alice. How's it going? We're just ballsing up another game. Standard. But at least we're proud of our on-loan striker scoring against us. I guess there's something. It shows the future is bright. The future is Bobby Tree. And another ball. Castillo's just making the runs that Radojic wasn't. He's in again. And he scored again. This is more like it. This is the kind of strike play that I want to see from him. He's finally actually starting to put the numbers back together again now. That's 2. He's basically had 2 chances since he came off the bench and he scored both of them. The run was good. He saw what Bobby's done and gone, right, I could lose my spot next season if I don't get my ideas up a little bit. 2 great goals there. This would be a good win for us. Oh, Bristol up the mountain. I just love the idea of that. And we're going to have overperformed our XG in a game. That's a great comeback, actually. 2 goals for Castillo. He's going to be man of the match in the end, isn't he? Yeah. But Bobby was really good. He's definitely given me something to think about. That's for sure. Oh. I was watching the progress of a young star, Bobby Tree. Yeah. I mean, in a way, we kind of are. We've got a load of guys out on loan. Debrecen have got more of our loans than anyone else, I think. Molverva with another good win. Budapest Honvéd having a really good season considering how bad they were last year. Seems like them and Kishvarda just alternate shit and good seasons. God. I've been laughing about this since literally yesterday morning. In the book I'm reading at the moment, there was a scene where a character was basically extremely drunk and his friends had put him to sleep basically on the sofa, surrounded by like towels and bowls and the general things that you'd need, with like his arms over his chest. And the narrator described the character as looking like a pharaoh, of the funeral for a pharaoh who owned shit things. And it's just been stuck in my head ever since. Ah. That's a lot of guys. Jesus. Okay, get rid of all those. Yeah, remove them and then re-add them again. Standard. Okay, so that's going to leave us with a couple, potentially. There's actually 17 guys. Anyone in... Oh, Ron. 2 Bosnians, though, there. Annoyingly, he's at... Yeah, he's at Stade Rennais, and that's the problem. Lots... Oh, we must be into the French element of things now. We're up to F. We'll still keep scouting them, though. We've got 2,000 players to work for after all. It's going to take us a little while. Castillo does shine at least. He had 2 shots on target and scored both of them, which is something. Get Yoshi back into the Japanese squad. That would be nice. He's got 33 caps. Jesus, he just needs to get there. Silvera's unhappy. I was going to say, he didn't feature in that last game, did he? Godfrey is miles behind. Castillo's actually up to 7 now, which would have... We wouldn't have dented this by much, but it was still minus 13. That's actually insane. But he's at least catching his own XG. Benfica have won it. No, Benfica haven't won anything. Though, one of the best things about, I think it was the Tromsø save, was that Benfica actually did win the Champions League in the first season of the save. Just out mad. We're scouting them all. Not just under 21s. All of the different youth teams, the national teams, and also some of the full national teams as well. Because sometimes players get into their national teams really young. And even if we find like a sort of 22-year-old dude, well, you know, like a Brandon Silva type player, they could also be picked up through that too. He does deserve a recall. Malero's been amazing again this year. 7 assists and 6 goals in 12 matches. He's getting literally a contribution per game. Get him back in the Spain squad. I don't think he's got a wage clause. I think if he did, it was already triggered. Budapest with another good win. Pushkas have finally won a game. Haladash, after a great year last year, are really struggling this season. Any surprise? Oh, Giamot might finally be coming up. And that's the team that have got our goalkeeper on loan. Okay, but that one. Molfehavar as well. At least they moved some of the matches to Sunday, I suppose. Because I think the final game we've got is Champions League-wise today anyway, is Real Madrid. And that's going to be... It's away as well. I think our last 3 games in the Champions League are all away from home. Oh no, Real Madrid's at home. And then after Christmas, we've got Ajax and Shakhtar away. So making hay while the sun shines is quite important. Getting a win against Benfica here is really important. God, that looks so good behind there. If we could beat Benfica there, that'll take us to 13 points. Which isn't enough for top 8, but it's nice, constant. It'll be fine, yeah. It'll get us through. Keep the coefficient moving. Plus, there's still so many more games left. I genuinely think we get way past 10 points, that is, by the end of this group. Maybe by Christmas at this rate, if the other sides keep doing what they've been doing. Sick. God, I might actually need an early wee. But luckily, I've got 2 mid-journey badge whiz quizzes for you today. Because it was just easier than me trying to think of a football player that we hadn't done yet. Even though we've only done like 25 of them. Damn, we must have had a great game. Still noticing random lag on certain screens with the game itself, which is really odd. Mid-journey Vag. You need a mid-journey Vag. Wow, we just got twatted by Benfica. We started off so well. 10 point against... usually 9. What we've worked out is it's basically times the number of games. So for top 8, you want times the number of games by 2 and add 1. And then for top 24, you want the number of games plus 1. And that kind of applies to all of them. So that means in Champions League, you've got 9 points will get you qualified, generally speaking, for top 24. Sometimes it is less, but it's usually 9 is usually pretty safe. And then you want 17 to get top 8. And then in the Conference League, which has only got 6 games, you want 7 points or 13 points to get yourself through various ones. It's not foolproof, but I feel like most seasons, it's... Oh, I forgot about the past positions thing there. So, like, for example, Conference League last year, see, 13 points gets you... I mean, it will be less, but it's usually the minimum you want. So you can see here, 6 points. Actually, yeah, to be fair, this year, a couple of teams did miss out with only 6 points, but only because of some nonsense with the sorting, in fairness. Oh, no, we did 7 points, didn't we? Not 6. So, yeah, 7 points would have kept you in. And then that one, 7 points, 24th. 13 points gets you qualified. It's pretty much bang on 13 points there as well. 7 points for 26. So it doesn't always work, but it's pretty close. It's like a rule of thumb, innit? Like, those are the numbers we're generally looking for. And we've already got 10 in Champions League, so that's good. Bellingham, Velasquez, Silva, Navarro, Malero, Abdelnaby, Montiel, Fernandez. That's basically as strong as it's going to get, I would say. Good. Right, what's this Benfica side looking like? Oh, good lord. I forgot about this. Well, we all know what's about to happen. Oh, yeah, there's been a huge rivalry. Yoshi's been decent. He's mostly been a backup to Bellingham or Seri lately. He does need more game time. It's just my assistant never picks him, and I tend to just forget that he's there a lot of the time. With Clyde after 3 games. If it's Champions League as well, yeah, you basically will only need 1 more win. Or 3 draws from your next 5 games. So pretty much, I'd say, give you a very good chance of qualifying. Yeah, so the question is Suhi going to score against us, or is Classy Neck going to score against us? There's going to be goals here. Death by experimenting. Wait. Oh, yeah. That's our newest version of the tactic. It had to be death by something. So, for example, the version I'm using in the red card video is called Death by Extreme Violence. Well, indeed, yeah. We are at home, though, and we are generally good at home, even though we don't live up a mountain. I've accidentally pressed that, so I guess we're... Oh, look at that. I do love seeing the actual stadium above the league table there. That is nice. Love that. I also love how small the font is on Classy Netneck just to fit his name in there. Right, I'm actually going to still have my Wii because yeah. So yeah, you know how this works. Midjourney, I've sent a badge into Midjourney. It's up to you to guess the club that the badge comes from. Back in a second. Holy shit. Bardislap and Danker for the raid. That's insane. I was literally wondering what was going on because I don't normally check things like viewer numbers or anything, but I was just looking through Twitch just because I do that instinctively. Sometimes I was like, hang on, why have I got 470 viewers? I was like, it's a Tuesday. What's going on? But thank you so much for the huge raid. That's massive. Welcome in, everybody. I was just having a little urination session. Did anyone get that it was Wickham Wanderers, by the way? That was the correct answer. It was, in fact, Wickham was the team that it was. I felt like that one was almost a bit obvious in some ways. Let me get you a shout. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I did well. I did, didn't I? I did. I think the Wickham one it's quite a cool badge as well, though. Like, yeah, it was the one that had the least text on it. Some of the other ones were a little bit, well, you know how they do be. Asurav got there first. There you go. Can we see it again? Let me just hang on. I'll just go back to the screen. You can still hear me because I've got the mic on the screen too. So yeah, I actually really like it. I like the color scheme on it, and the sort of logo thing on it is kind of scary, actually. Like Midjourney's, and this is still with Midjourney version 4. Although I could have used V5 for this, honestly. Like it. What animal? Not a clue. I guess it's kind of. It must be. It's like a mutate. Let's call it a mutated stag, because there is a stag on the Wickham badge, is there not? I'm trying to think what the second one we did today was now. I've actually forgotten. Oh, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. I've remembered. Oh, is it a swan? Not a stag. What am I thinking of? Stag's Macclesfield, isn't it? That makes way more sense. I once nearly played a gig in a strip club in High Wycombe. Ron, thank you for the follow. I open my own. I just thought I'd throw that in there. As a musician, not as a stripper. Although, do you know what? I reckon give me a couple of tassels, chat, and I'll be yours. I'll be away. I'm on it. We've all been there. Yeah, exactly. Was that with Josh Peach's uncle? It was indeed with Josh Peach's uncle, yes. And there's people in the chat going, that's a joke, right? No, that's not a joke. That is 100% factual. Didn't let you in. As in, luckily it fell through and we didn't have to go to High Wycombe. So, you know, every cloud. Oh, shit. Oh, good save. That was a very good stop from the keeper. Tight angle, but still had to make the save. That was going in. They've started quite strongly here. We need to get our eye on the ball here. Hopefully Castillo, those couple of goals against Debrecen off the bench will just revert his confidence to being the striker that we saw at the end of last season, where he was banging in literally 2 or 3 goals a game. For For the life of me, Fat Tulip, I cannot for the life of me remember what it was called. Navarro's broken the back line. He's through, and he's hit the post. God, the amount of swaz he put on that and still hit the post. Almost too much swaz, if there can be such a thing. Oh, go on, Abdul Nabi. Have a bang on it. Oh, no, yes, it's in off the bar. It's in the naughty chair. I hope so. Oh, we're in the playoffs with ridiculous form. Hell yes. I'm so curious to see how... There's a lot we can do. We'll have to discuss this after stream, but that's fascinating. I love that he actually made that run to go central there. Took his time, got the shot, deflects up, but look at that from Navarro. Hit the woodwork again. But anyways, so bear in mind, I don't think it was actually on... It was like one of those pub strip club places. That pub/strip club was how it was described when we looked it up out wide. Atua! Thank you for the follow. And I suspect that the night we were there, we were probably not providing music for the strippers. I suspect not, because I feel like stripping to like Biffy Clyro-esque type music was not the most rhythmically enhanced thing. One does not simply gyrate to Biffy Clyro. Yeah, it does count. It will just take a little... It takes ages to update on this. There you go. Yeah, that's what it was. It was one of those, Fat Cheeto. I can't remember exactly which one it was, because like I said, we never actually did the gig. Yeah, so did the rest of my band, actually. Well, don't get me wrong, I like Biffy, but they were like obsessed to the point where all of our songs either sounded like Biffy or Twin Atlantic. Oh, go on. Now knock it across, maybe? He's there. Or just give the ball away. Either's fine. Oh, this, by the way, is Diop. He's the guy from Generational Foot that we were looking at last stream. And, oh, God, Suhi. Get across, Montiel, please. Oh, Lucas, well done, lad. Not with that attitude. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was, I suspect. Yeah, Twin Atlantic, I really like. Plus, Twin Atlantic are just really nice dudes. As Castillo's in again. Great finish. That's much more like it from him. That's the kind of finishes we're talking about, where he doesn't have to think too much. He just instinctively twats it. Lunch time. Go for the buffet, right? Dr. Destiny. This is a great pass as well from Darla. Or no, Bellingham. Look at that. Just stands it up in the middle. First time on the volley from Castillo. 2-0. Come on. Virginia has been sold. He has been sold to Al Hilal. His former dropped off a cliff, and we felt that it was the right time to potentially cash in, so we decided that that was the right move in the end. This has been a good performance from us so far. Much more like it. But no, Twin Atlantic are just lovely dudes. We randomly ran into one of them at this gig in Brixton one time when they were supporting Gaslight Anthem. And then we went to this gig in Cambridge at, I think it was the Haymakers, which is in Chesterton, at like tiny, tiny little pub venue. When they were preparing for a tour or something. And because it was such a small gig, we were just in the car park just chatting to them for ages. They're just lovely guys. The new keeper is Lucas. He's been at the club for like 2 years now, but we've kind of given him his first real opportunity to play regularly for us. That's a good ball. Castillo's in again. Oh, it's a good effort there. But he probably should be hitting the target with that, particularly as it does appear that he was onside. We got a lot of yellow cards. Missed out on the shot. I don't know how much you've missed on that one, really. Did I just see Gravenberg? She just scored for Atletico. Castillo scored the goal that we needed him right now. I totally don't have downloaded a mode. That would be. And you wouldn't download a car, would you? I've enjoyed the fact that that Suhi's not really had a look in so far today either, which has been nice. Still plenty of time for him to come back and haunt us, of course, but so far he's been fairly quiet. He's been a quiet ghost. We hope we're going to... Oh! What are you doing sliding in from there? Oh, God, they're going to get each other's way, aren't they? No. Oh. First car was done. 3D print it, mate. That's the future. We're going fourth, by the way, as things stand. Here we go. Where's the run? He must be offside unless he squares it. Castillo! He's miles offside. Nice vision from Navarro, but he is literally 100 yards offside there. Won't join me. Whose age? How old does he need to be? Oh, come on. Please, FM. Not like this. Great save from Lucas. That was nonsense defending, but at least Lucas has pulled out a terrific stop. With the way FM is at the moment, before the latest patch, pretty much any player under 18 was basically saying, I don't want to leave the club at this stage, and you were literally having to wait till they're 18. Now, it's not as bad, but the closer they get to 18, probably the more likely they are to sign for you, it seems. It'll also depend on the reputation gap, I suspect, between your club and theirs. That also can make a difference. Silver's had a poor day. It's time for Yeboah. So it's Malero, actually. Fuck, we'll just go with Hurley. He needs a chance. Everyone else has done well. It's just a question of whether Dala can come off maybe for Terra Nova just to keep that fresh. I guess there's Jarju there. That's what we do. Jake Omo, thank you for the follow. Manchester United. Just want to, I'm surprised he won't join you already, actually. But I suppose at 15, he might just be that he's too young. He might not be allowed to join you yet, honestly. I'll keep us in the line for. Oh, yeah, we got loads. We've got Portia. Oh, it's us. I thought that was them scoring. 3-0 up. Yeah, we got Portia and Farkashan are the ones that we're most intrigued by. Yeah, Fjord's of Lervik being at Benfica is pretty cool, actually. Doesn't seem to have done that well today. That's nice from Magado for now. He's outjumped 3 of them. Man's a monster. This has been a solid performance. Oh, still not another one. Jarju's on the pitch now. He's going to deliver some absolute perlers. Oh! Imagine if that had gone in. That would have been the greatest goal in the history of football match. Well, for us. Anyway, as it happened, it's gone closer to the corner flag. But, hey, that's the first overhead kick attempt I've actually seen in the entire game cycle. So I guess it's nice that it's a thing, right? Just would have been nice if it had gone anywhere near the goal. It wasn't close, but it was exciting. It's kind of like how we still talk about the reverse Rabona free kick, even though it missed. Like, I say we, I still talk about it. Oh, it's a nice idea there. I think at 3-0 up, we're pretty good at the moment. But it'd be nice if Lucas could get a clean sheet in the Champions League. Goof would have scored it. Goof would be on his arse still. He'd have broken his back doing that. It's a good touch from Classy Net there. There's 5 players around him. And it's an easy one over the bar. Nice. Just kind of got to see this out now. But 3-0 is really good. Yeah, it's the way they sort of launch themselves. It doesn't look particularly graceful. Not that overhead kicks often do, just because of the downward part. But yeah, in FM, they haven't quite got the animation right for it. It's the weight doesn't feel right on it. The way that they come down. Same with the knee slides as well, actually. So there we go. Good result. Actually overperformed our XG for once because we started to get some corner. I have noticed that corners have dried up a little bit as well. And I'll show you for why. Carl Tolga, thank you very much for the follow. I'm sorry if I've said your name wrong, but welcome aboard. That's a good result. Like, we're on 13 points now with 3 matches to go. If we could somehow find a way to take 4 points from that, I'd say we're in a good shot at top 8. As things stand, we're looking really, really good. Like, goal difference is irrelevant, obviously, in this, but still really, really solid. And also beating a Portuguese side, too. Mudding them is great. Particularly as they're all down here, I think. Oh, wait, no, it was Sporting are. Benfica are. Porto slightly better. Yeah, Porto are annoyingly top 8. Although that could actually benefit us as well. Another £2.4 million. Good stuff. They do need a rest, which they'll get, potentially. If I'm feeling like it. Although he will miss the next game, and so will he. That is concerning. But it is Real Madrid, I guess. What chance have we really got? Okay. Right. Good. That was pleasing. And we move. I think there's a little bit more of a gap between now and the Real Madrid game. Yeah, we've got like 3 league games in between now, which is nice. So, settle it in a little bit. Oh, here we go. Right, so the Sky Fortress attempt. So the away record, 23 games. Hang on. Oh, I can't. Shit. I'll just zoom out again. I can't, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not like I really do. If I go to the left, it doesn't. I don't have this fucking thing on that scene yet. Point being, 23 games, 2 wins, 41 goals conceded, and 10 points gained. At home, though, 140 goals scored. 140 goals scored in 23 matches. So you're averaging like 5 to 6 goals a game. That's glorious. Oh, this is going to be fun. Wembley is on a hill, true. Yeah, no excuses. I love it. 6-1. There's always the 1. It's actually surprising. Considering all of our underperformance, we're still the top scorers in the league after all that. Weirdly, still have the second highest attendance. I guess because Varish's stadium is 20. They still have a bigger stadium than we do. That's mad. You think we'd have at least tried to build a bigger stadium than them? Oh, shit. Forgot about this. Yeah, basically, we've got to put it on like a floating sky platform. Like in... I don't know, is that like Apex or Fortnite or something? I don't know. What video games, chat? Would you believe it? Where are they playing? Ferencváros are away at Real Sociedad, so they're effed. And Malferrer are at home to Tottenham. Surely they couldn't. Surely they couldn't. Not again. And then we've got Kisvada at home to AEK. That could be winnable now that I've said that they'll lose. And Újpest at home to Rijeka. Yes, absolutely, I will, Hadrian. Because I think we can definitely get something out of that. I just settle for any points they gain here. But I suspect that Spurs will probably win that. Imagine if they continue the Spursiness and actually don't. Oh, only just. It took an 84th minute penalty from Dejan Kulishevsky to actually... Oh! Ferencváros! A 0-0 draw away at Real Sociedad. They're actually big time now. These are not results that they would have been getting last year. They seem to have changed something, and it's really working. That's another point. Obviously, Molfever at home to Tottenham was always going to be a tough one. Spurs are probably one of the best sides in this. But Ferencváros are still 4th. Like, they're right in the battle for a top 8 position. Molfever are down into the doldrums a little bit, but I think they'll still have enough in the tank to get top 24, because they're going to have some easier games now. They've had a lot of really tough fixtures. They've got Maccabi Haifa at home, Braga away, and then Galatasaray at home. I feel like they get a win against someone. I feel like they win one of those 2 home games, or at least get enough, I think. Just about. Because when you look at their European games, they had Lille, they had Legia Warszawa away, they had Spurs at home. Those were not easy matches. Yeah, it makes me think that Ferencváros in the knockouts might actually not be completely mudded. Also, look at that. Molfever have 10 million in the bank. Like, money-wise, the sides that are in Europe, at least, other than Pushkas, lol, 10 million in the bank for Újpest as well. Honvéd obviously aren't in Europe. Debrecen have got 1.4 million. Ferencváros got 12 million. There's money actually starting to float around some of these clubs. Hey, Archie! And now the question is, what about the Conference League? Because there's still the Conference League games. Oh, you legends. You fucking legends. Kishvara win again. 3-2 victory. They had Samake sent off after 8 minutes, and they still beat AEK with Merla, De Bruyne, and Leon. All 3 of them on loan. And once again, Merla and De Bruyne score. These guys. Oh, that's so lucky. Hey, they've had some bad luck. They'll get some good luck with it as well. The fact they got a red card that early and still won. And Újpest, 3-0. Bamba and 2 for Baldanzi. 2 more wins for the Hungarians. That's a big one. So big. Has De Bruyne actually scored a goal that isn't in Europe yet? Yes, he has. He finally has scored a goal in the league, but he's got 9 in 9 in the Conference League, which must make him top scorer, right? Yeah, he's the top scorer in the entire competition, and Merla's number 2. So overall, they go 6th and 7th now, respectively, with Shamrock Rovers just in behind them. Oh, prefer this league to Tree. Oh, yeah, for sure. Way better. Just because there's more strength in the teams to begin with, and there's so many other factors about this save, like the transfer preferences thing, the fact that the second division isn't like the end of the line. There are divisions below that teams can come up, so there's more flow. Scamrock sitting there in 8th place as well is fair play. Yeah, to be fair, when we looked at this at the start, we did say this looked like a week. Look at West Ham and Villarreal are 13th and 14th so far. Villarreal have only won 1 game. They've drawn against... They drew against... To be fair, they've had some tough draws, but they drew against Tuzla. Like, Aberdeen are right down here. I was expecting much better things from the likes of Anderlecht, Olympiakos, but currently, up the Hungary. They've both already got enough points to get top... Well, you know, not already, but they will have enough points to get top 24. So they've both already got 9. Their only defeats was Slovan Bratislava, who've actually been decent, and then Olympiakos. Yeah, Bayer Leverkusen are going to absolutely cream this and probably win the entire thing. I mean, look, the last 2 years have been German teams, Leipzig and then Wolfsburg. So probably Bayer Leverkusen will be going 3 for 3 there. Django, thank you for the follow. Bologna, maybe they had easy draws. They drew with Herenveen, who are a good side. They beat Donetsk Streda, who everyone beats. They beat Ljubljana. They've had 2 really easy away games. Like, they've had 2 of their easier games have been away. So that means they've actually been able to get the benefit of having home ties potentially against better sides like Anderlecht, for example. So Bologna, I still think one of our sides could probably take them. Although, really, I'm just so impressed with Kishvara. So we're at 7.9. And we've just had 3 more wins and a draw. So it's another 1 point... I couldn't even possibly tell you. Randy Numbers, thank you very much for the 10 months. That's very kind of you, Randy. Let's just have a look at some coefficients while we're at it. 9.3. We're still tracking. We're literally keeping pace with England and Spain this season as far as coefficient points go. 9.3. Furthest we've had, I think Ferencváros reached a really early semi-final of this Conference League, but we've also had Honvéd in the semi-finals of the Conference League so far. Giving them a round bonus. I don't know if you can you? Is Scotland still mudded? Oh, they've still only got 3 points. Well, that's Belarus. I can't even scroll down far enough to show Scotland, I don't think. Oh, yes, I can. Yeah, they are. There's Scotland. They've got 3 points this season. Scotland have been outperformed by Cyprus, Georgia, Belarus this season. And are on the same kind of level as teams like, well, Ireland, in fact. And we're third best this year. And we're not even like third best by a margin. Like, we are right neck and neck with England and Spain this season. This is the kind of seasons we need. What we really need is continue the groups the way they are. Do really well. They are doing really well. I think there's every chance that we'll get all 4 of them through. Don't know if it's effective. With 108 players out on loan, I feel like it would just be a waste of our time. I feel like any effect it did have would probably be not enough to waste our time praising 108 players. Unless there was a way you could do it all at once, which obviously you can't. God, imagine that. That'd be great. What we really need to rely on is getting good draws in the knockouts so they can at least get through a few rounds there and start to whittle some teams away and have a real shot at it. Because I think we get all 4 of them through. I think Molfehovar have struggled a little bit, but I think they'll get some easier games and get enough to qualify top 24. Lorcan, thank you for the follow. Cool with everyone. I guess so. Just the Zoom chat, yeah. What you do is you put them in a joint WhatsApp message, just go, you've done well there, and then just leave the call immediately. That's the plan. Hey, Dan. We're making the ground up. It's also good to see that we're actually making ground up on Germany and France this season too, which is what we're going to have to do if we're going to get that top 4, because that's the real test in many ways. Dagome, or Dagome, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. It's going good, Dan. Really good, in fact. Hungary is clattering it this season. After a relatively poor year last year, this season, the Hungarians are turning up in Europe. Ferencváros are top 8 in Europa League. We've got both Kisvárda and Újpest sitting top 8 in the Conference League after like 4 games. And Molfehovar are the only team that are sort of on the edge, and even they're probably still going to get through. It's looking really good. We've already got nearly 10 points on the board, and we've still got 3 Champions League games left, which means there's another 6 games in the Europa League and another 2 games in the another 4 games in the Conference League. There's still like 13 more games to play. Even if we could just average the equivalent of like 0.1 from those, we'd get above 10. I don't know how you'd average the 0.1, but you know what I mean. Given the situation we're in right now, it's great. And I feel like the league is actually strong enough to sustain a 6th team now, because it feels like we alternate between Kisvárda, Debrecen, and Honvéd, and starting to get them all into Europe could actually really benefit. Afman United Wrexham friendly with Reynolds. I didn't know. I don't really watch television. Sounds strange, but I just really don't. I was thinking about this the other day, how little I actually watch live television. The only time I watch live TV is sporting events like football. Yeah, we nearly lost the 3rd game in the league. We were 2-1 down against Debrecen with 30 minutes to go. Speaking of Debrecen, because this guy, one of our loan players, who's looking better and better by the day, scored against us. And yeah, the gap is just closing between us and the other teams. They've got better players and they're playing like it as well, which is a good thing, really. Oh, it's ironic that someone mentioned earlier about the 15-year-old they were trying to sign from Club Brugge. Well, there he is. Well, there's one anyway. It's Heinrich Verlinden, who is absolutely ridiculous. So on TikTok. Ah, fair one. Well, how have you know I watch TikTok, as you well know? But I didn't see that. What I have been, though, enjoying on TikTok lately is all the Mike O'Hearn memes. Those have been particularly top draw for me. I've been enjoying them to death. Like, yesterday when Pog and I did TikTok time, half of the things I had for her were just memes of Mike O'Hearn. Big fan. Boom. Not a lot of players in this particular report, is there? I love that you can discard, like, over 50, but you can't set to scout more over 50. Camel Kraus. Shit. He's quite good. Your TikTok... Dan, could it be... I was going to say, could that be the reason? It's because you are. Like, how does it know? I'll tell you how it knows, because it showed you one once and you watched it for a bit longer than you should have done. Got to clean up your act, buddy. Come on. Have time to share TikToks. Yeah, so Pog and I do this thing called... Every night, it's called TikTok time. Just imagine why. And it's basically throughout the day... But it doesn't always work. Some on a day like when I'm streaming, I don't really have much because I'm up, I'm out running, I'm bathing, I'm streaming, and it's like 3 o'clock, I'm working. And then by the time it gets to that, I tend not to be... Yeah. Endotherm1, thank you very much for the follow. And at the end of the day, we'll just sit there and like show each other the TikToks we found. It's like hunter-gatherer. Yeah, so I quite like Camel Kraus. He's a bit good. He's a bit very good. Good tackling. Positioning's a little iffy. But really, we were looking for another anchor. Good on both feet. The Fickle bit isn't ideal. £7.2 million though. Yeah, the market exists for something, right? So, something like that. And as much as YouTube have tried with shorts, I hate the way that YouTube shoves shorts into your main subscription feed. It is so irritating scrolling through hundreds of shit I don't want to see. Although it could just be the version of the app that I'm using on my TV, to be fair. I like him. The question is whether he'd be... Is he worth the... I still feel like he might well be worth that money. Truth be told. Bang talk. Now you're talking. Let's ask him. Presumably that's a release clause, right? He doesn't want huge wages. He's 18 years old, so he'd be homegrown. I just really like these attributes. And he's unhappy at the moment as well. Wait. Okay. It looked like he was unhappy there. But apparently not. Training to play left back in his... And that's the real quiz. That's all you need. I might actually do it, you know. We've got the Real Virginia money. That's a release clause, isn't it? So, yeah. I'm feeling it. I feel like I don't want to dick about on some of these players and actually just get them if we think they're good enough and we can afford them and actually feel like they're a good deal. It's the fact that he's got such high CA as well that I really like. We might actually have some really good players coming in January. I like him. Yeah, the problem is I saw a lot of stuff about the TikTok Congress thing on TikTok, and my immediate view is that is, yes, it would certainly behoove TikTok to only show me this particular argument. I'm sure there are arguments for and against everything, of course, and obviously I'd rather, you know, I don't want anything to be banned, obviously. But I feel like I'm not particularly going to trust what TikTok's showing me about a thing that directly affects them, you know? Let's see. Fringe player. Ooh, fringe player, eh? Okay. You're probably going to go out on loan. So I didn't really take much of what I saw about it from on TikTok. Because, yeah, it would behoove them to only push things that back up their exact viewpoint, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, some of the questions, though, were absolutely obscene. I did see that, too. That's not to say that that wasn't the case. It's just that I don't fully trust their... You know, obviously. Whenever I see any kind of information, I'm always go to the source before anything else. I do that with everything, too, not just TikTok, right? That should be good. Yeah, I like that. Get a boat on him as well. Loan back. Are you playing? When are you turning 19? March. I'm afraid we can't do that, Dave. We've got a huge budget, and we've made a lot of money today. So even if, like, we've signed him and that other guy for 3 million, we got 25 for, well, 23 for Joao, so we're only like 10 million into that right now. Well, that's the thing. It's often with the pork barrel stuff. Like, it's not the... It's like, if you want to pass a bill, just call it the We're Saving Children Act. And then you can just put anything you like in it. And then the pearl clutching begins. Anyway, this is politics. We're not getting into that. Absolutely no chance. Not on my stream. Okay, so Ferenc Varos. We move. That'll do. I'm liking some of these signings. They're definitely the types of players that we would have... Then again, a lot of these guys have been like 18, 17, which means they're not from this year's youth intakes. They just weren't quite good enough to get into those national team reckonings yet. My view on none of these things is just leave things the fuck alone. Stop banning anything. I don't trust the government to do anything of that sort ever. The less power they have, the better. When it comes to things like anything to do with communication, for my mind. Or anything to do with press. Or anything, for that matter. I can barely trust them to build the roads. Have you seen the roads lately in the UK? Holy shitting fuck. Like, there's potholes you could park your car in around Cambridge now. It's actually mad how bad the roads are around Cambridge lately. And then they're doing roadworks. It's like, oh, yes, we're building this new roundabout. It's like, could you fill in the pothole, please? Ah, dear. Look, there's a couple of little... There's some potholes on one of my roads to go pick up Pog that genuinely, I know that I can't drive through them because they could potentially break my axle. They're that deep and jagged. You have to, like... It's like doing a rallycross segment. And this isn't some back country road. This is in the middle of a village. Like... Yeah, I could. There were some new houses going up on the way when I was driving yesterday. I was just thinking to myself, that's going to have all sorts of problems, isn't it? Get tarmac to make a roundabout. Maybe so. Ah, you see. That's 500 IQ there, Scuds. It's an inverse speed bump. Thing is, most of the speed bumps they put down lately are just not even... You could just drive over them, like, with one wheel either side of those ones. The Aldi Trip Grand Prix? Ah. Yeah, it literally is like a slalom, for sure, yeah. It's nearly 2 feet deep. That is... To me, that is like... You should be able to, like, sue the council if you get cameras. Particularly if it's, like, dark, right? The faster you go, the less it hurts. I think if I went into one of these things at, like, 40 miles an hour, it would probably shatter my front wheel. Possibly cause severe damage to the... No wonder I've got the car into the mechanics today. I probably did go through one of them, right? So they're fixing pothole. Yeah, I saw that. Because, you know... Great. Particularly as we're coming up to the end of the financial year, and usually that's when a lot of roadworks like this sort of stuff usually gets done, so that way their budgets aren't reduced for the following year. So I wonder why it's not happening yet. Just drive. Yeah, exactly. Particularly those mini roundabouts that have essentially been worn down by years of people doing exactly that, where they then reach the point where, what a strike, where they're essentially not even a roundabout, it's just some paint on the floor in the shape of a roundabout. Pothole, maybe. You could just do a bit of foot golf just with the road. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. Yeah, there's flares here now, which is kind of sick. I suppose it is the Derby, isn't it? I love how one of the flares was like directly in front of the camera, so it was just like coming up underneath it. Great strike though. Some council definitely spent. I mean, I have noticed a lot of traffic lights and like roadworks, but they never seem to be doing potholes. More of an oval thing. Yeah, you don't want that. Pothole related puns. Hey, Titch. Haven't been enjoying FM recently. Any I know you just said you don't know why, but is there any particular reason you might think of? Because for me, it's all about the right save. Alexis McAllister. It's a solid one. Graham Potterhole, yeah. Another a second overhead again. Shit, but a second overhead kick in as many matches. What are we doing? What's happened today? Grown for years. There's the worst ones for me aren't even those ones. It's the ones where clearly it's like an actual, almost like a sinkhole, like a jagged bit of the road has just fallen through, and it's like at least like I would say 8 to 10 inches deep. And they're wide enough that a full tire could go down it. It's really dangerous. Like, I was having to, like, because Pog was driving yesterday when we went to Tesco's, just trying to, like, slalom around this stuff. I was just like, yeah, watch that one. Don't drive in that one. You have to go to the other side of the road to avoid that one. It's like, that's not something you should have to do while driving. Goof Vander broken axle from the pothole. Much like Goof's current... What has he got, a groin strain? Oh, I just yelled at them for no reason. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to apologise. Send them a thank you card. Too long, if you know what I mean. You know, I genuinely don't know if I know what you mean, honestly. Have you considered maybe managing in a season, managing in a league that has a smaller season, like Iceland or the Faroe Islands potentially? They have shorter seasons. That could maybe, if that's part of the reason. Celebrating an open air swimming pool. Hamilton Academical Halls. Jesus. Prairie ass through. Oh, that's rubbish. That's just pure crap. But then it is us in the league, so what are we really expecting? Another goal for Pushcasters. They seem to have finally woken up. Maybe they've actually got a new manager. They might have just been waiting for... Oh, go on. Hammer it, Job. Oh, Pereira. No, okay, that's fine. Have another go. Okay. Sean Wright. Phillips in this pothole. Oh, dear. I'm not sure what that's got to do with potholes, beyond Ultra. It's council owned, so their responsibility to get it done, what, 5 to 10 years? Yeah, and by then it's like a crater. Oh, great strike from Darla. Well saved. It does seem to be getting a lot worse lately, though. There's a section of road into Cambridge near Madingley, as you come in from the Madingley Park and Ride, where... Oh, not even that. There's one near King Street in Cambridge as well. There's this huge set of potholes near King Street. Man, they couldn't remember for 5 seasons. Always bottom of the path. Yeah. I don't really know what to say to that, honestly. Maybe it just wasn't the right save for you, or... I feel like... I don't know. I find it quite easy to get into saves a lot of the time, and that's possibly why it's almost difficult for me to not empathize, but like, I think it's just, yeah, I'm in a unique position because when I make content on it, I get really invested in things because I can afford more time into it than perhaps the average person does. Still not saw the Manly ones. No. Manly ones are really bad, particularly near the roundabout to turn left to go into town near like Magdalen College, and then the ones on King Street is insane. 5 sets of temporary lights a month. Yeah, yep, exactly, yeah. Pocket, I got stuck at a 4-way controlled traffic light thing the other day as well, which was where that guy ran a red light in front of us. God, Farage getting very aggressive. But that's the thing, yeah. For you guys helping me, you keep me engaged in addition because the memes, the lore, all the cool stuff. Like, for example, earlier when we were talking about the Beng stuff. It's just little things like that. Match engine... Really? On what device are you using? Are you on laptop or like PC? Night Grizzle, I'm curious. I mean, it shouldn't cause any problems with that either, but it'd be worth asking Saz about it in the Discord because he takes his stuff seriously and we'll try to find out something anyway, or at least try to replicate the issues. I'm good beyond Ultra. How are you, man? Roundabout Weghorst? Make another sub there. Probability matrix, exactly. To be fair, I've been calling myself OK since I started. That was always my aim. To be fair, OK is not a bad place to be. That's like middle of the road. Oh, good finish. Marcus Potts Holford. Yeah, all it does kind of is it just kind of takes the word you've given it and just puts it into a footballer's name without any kind of regard for actually being funny. But then it's an AI, I suppose. Munch and tailback. Cart. It's one of those ones that's so stupid. It's just really concrete. Ron Vlar. Oh, Ron Vlar, because he just sounds like an alien. Cheek to BB. Yeah, I've had that happen to me as well. It's scary, isn't it? Because you just, like, roundabouts are designed in a way to stop that from happening. It's very difficult. You have to really want to drive the wrong way to make that happen. Yeah, exactly. Whereas I want a footballer that's just doing awareness for potholes. Rashford's fed the kids. Good. They're all tucked up in bed now. They're fed, right? Which Man United player's taken over? I reckon, well, Weghorst would be the ideal one for it. Or maybe Casemiro, because he'd just be super efficient at it. Yeah, I bet it wasn't Alice. But it doesn't have your personal touch either, right? Ah! Hexin! We were talking about you earlier. And no, he doesn't. I was literally telling chat earlier about our little wager. And no, he still hasn't scored. He hasn't played that much, but he has definitely added to his XG thing. Because I've brought him off the bench in a game or two, and he has played. I'll show you in a minute. Where is he? Wait. Hang on. Does that mean he didn't get a single chance in that match? Okay, so we played him for 73 minutes of this game, and he didn't even have a shot. So he actually is still at 4 XG because he just didn't do it. He did get an assist, to be fair. But no, he is still trapped on 4 XG currently. That's his current setup anyway. So he's not quite caught your guy yet. I thought he might have at least had a shot in that game, but apparently not. Paul dual carriage? That's good. Wednesday, Saturday. Mid no key passes. Yeah, he got an assist. And it was a good pass too. Which is that, hang on, a key pass as far as I'm concerned, isn't that just a pass that leads directly to a shot? Which is exactly what he had because he passed the ball through to the guy who scored. So he's getting suspended. This is true. Exactly. He's got to do something with it. He's not at 5.5. No, he's still at 4. It's going to take us a little while to get that. Oh, what clauses have we got? Oh, no way. Yeah, Dortmund, I think I will take the... Hang on. He did have 47 games for that. And profit, there's no way. He gets released in a few years. We take the extra million. Because that will just pay for some of our transfers. It's another £4 million from the Moors deal. Which takes the value to... Well, it's 20. I think it pretty much covers it at 28 now. Mars, thank you for the follow.
They are building it now.
That's good. Extra money. God, look at us with our £81 million in the bank. It feels good to be back. Yeah, good. Now it's 15 goals in 17 matches. Still 20. So he's still massively under, but just not as under as he was, I suppose. Like, our main striker's still under, I think. Yeah, he's 16 in 17. Off of 17 now. So it's not that bad. He's definitely got better in the last few games. But I was expecting much better things from him this year. I was hoping for like a 50-goal season out of him this year, and he's got nowhere near that. He's just missed way too many one-on-ones. We are going to pass it. Well, yeah, I'd hope so. Oh, no, chat. Airing's broken his back. Oh, well. Anyway. Yeah, vinegar in a hatchback. 4 points in 14. I mean, maybe it'll improve them, Guzma. John Loose Stones? Sebastian wrote it. It does, yeah. As a FIFA. Oh, yeah, I forgot about him. Vandenbroek. Nice. Yeah, that's the thing. I think I... Oh, now we can have another look at that, actually. Our shot statistics for the season. Domestic league games. So what are we up to now? Percentages. So it's still around about 8%, which is still higher than average. Like, it's still fairly high, particularly the bar. But then again, if you look at it as like 2-2-2, they're probably about 4. So actually, that seems to at least be in line. Cup games, maybe? European matches? Wow. So European matches are way more in line with what you'd expect it to be. It's just that the league, we just seem to hit the bar and post constantly. If I remember correctly, it's around about 4% is the average for the Premier League. Although I remember last year when we had 12 over a full season, 12% of our shots we hit the bar. Rotate more in the league? Possibly, yeah. That being said, there were still a lot of them. A lot of them are those ones where it's the either free kicks that always clip the bar, which sometimes don't even count as woodwork, and those ones with the long shots where it always hits that same part of the post and bar corner, and those headers from corners that always seem to clip it as well. But it does feel like the game doesn't always count them half the time, as we've noticed before. So Real Madrid is in 7 days, so full strength-ish here. Oh, well, here we go, actually, Hex, because Radojic is going to start today. Will he finally score his first goal of the season? Or at least have a shot? Yieldstone United. A Goof's getting back to it. Pretty much just that, Hexin. Us not scoring goals, although we have been playing well in Europe. We beat Dinamo Zagreb 3-0, and then we beat Benfica 3-0. So we're now sitting 4th in our Europa Champions League group, which is great, which is a good thing. And also, the other Hungarian sides are killing it. We're now the 3rd highest coefficient of the year so far. Like, England and Spain have got like 9.4, and we've got 9.3 points this season. We're right in there with the big boys. 0% blue. Are you just like not shooting at one side of the goal? I think only the major thing today, Head Heart and Balls, is the sale of our first choice goalkeeper for £23 million as well, because his performances have really dipped over the last 18 months. We felt that cashing in on him now for 23 million was a good shout for us, as Lucas has been able to step in and do a job that is literally no worse. So we've come out of it with £23 million and the same exact situation in front of in terms of goaling, in terms of goalkeeping, and it's allowed us to finance a couple of transfers, which we'll see soon, as Navarro's in on goal. It's a great finish, and he's offside, I think. Hungary's getting there. What's he valued at? I think he's actually valued at less, potentially, because he's at Al Hilal. Already have Lucas. Yeah, Lucas was the guy we signed, I think, 18 months ago as a potential replacement for Joao, and now he's finally getting started. That's a lovely pass from Hurley, by the way. That was some lovely Trek play. Highlander! Thank you for the follow. Could be only one. We're going to see it again? Apparently we are. It's a good finish. And despite all of that and the XG horrendousness that we've been stuck in, we're still extending our lead at the top of the league and showing a bit of quality. Except for Radojic. I just want to see him have a shot today. At some point. Like, he should really be good enough to at least get a shot in. Plus, out on loan, we've also got a couple of other keepers that could easily come in and do a job if Lucas isn't quite up to scratch. So, Junia Portilla being the one that's possibly the best for the role. And we've also got a couple of our on-loan strikers are now really flourishing and turning into people that could start to give our main strikers a run for their money. Mostly Bobby Tree and Joshua De Bruyne. Those two are really top draw at the moment. Oh, here we go. Maybe another assist for Radojic. Oh, nearly. It was not a bad attempt there. Had a plus 27. That's mental. Oh, God. Go on, get a touch in. Oh, he did well to put him off. I'm giving him every credit he needs right now. Radojic has had 0 shots. Again. Darla needs a rest. Not a rest, like a take. He needs to be taken off. Like a plane. Graziano Pelican crossing. I love how we've just got like highway code puns now. Yeah, we're still up. I think we're still at minus 14 on XG this season. Although we did have one game where we slightly got better, but we've also had some others where we've underachieved by like 2 goals, despite also scoring 2 goals. We had a 5-2 win against Vasas, the first game in this stadium. And you might think, a 5-2 win. Finally, one of those. Yeah, except that's not happened. We still have 5.2 XG in that game. Oh, Navarro again. At least Navarro's finally scoring a few extra goals. And Hurley grabs another assist. See you later, Dan. This just might be one of Hurley's best performances, actually, in an MTK shirt. Got assists from both positions as well, which is nice. The fact that he can assist from both wings. Also, I love the way that he volleys this back across here. Just first time, bang, scissor kick volley. The road punch. No, the road punch is because I was complaining about potholes. I was complaining. I mean, we were talking about him, sort of, but I was complaining about the number of potholes there were on my route to pick up him from work, and also in our nearest town, which is just incredible. So 2 quick ones there, and we're overperforming here. Like whisper it quietly, chat, but we're overperforming slightly. I'm going to give Goof the full 90 minutes. Mirror signal maneuver park. That's very good. Malero's looking complacent, so we'll get Yoshi off for Bellingham, who's... I just don't know if Yoshi's the right guy for that role in the end, which is a real shame. Stopping holes. I mean, they are definitely... You could fit multiple pots in them. You could fit half of your kitchen in them, if we're being honest. Has Radojic had a shot yet? That is the big question. I guess, to be fair, he can't miss a chance if he doesn't have any and doesn't, like, have a shot. He'll always be -4 XG if he never has another shot. Park in the car. Oh, that's a good touch from... Oh, that must be offside. Down to park. Oh, of course, yeah. I've got to keep up the appearances. Wouldn't want someone to think I was not British or something. Werner could score, probably. How's Werner been getting on this season? Is he back at Leipzig? Yeah, Yoshi's just a really good... Unless we got like a stupidly big bid for him, I would have no reason not to keep him around. He missed 100% shot. He missed 0% of the shots you don't take. I like it. I like it. It speaks only in facts. You could speak any language and you chose to speak facts. Right, let's see. Did he actually get a single shot in this game? Oh, wait. Yep. Chat, there you go. 0.01 XG. He's gone up by 1. He's got up by 1. Man did in fact have 2 shots in total. 0 on target. 16% aerials. Okay. It's alright. He has bumped the number up ever so slightly. The needle has moved. Rodrensis. Crack on, Hexen. We love these. Parking Thistle versus Albion the Road. There's just too many. Too many. Hallalasha finally won a game with that Hungarian striker we were showing. Being Uipest of all people. He's overperforming his... Oh, he's not, though. He's not, though. If you think about it, because he didn't actually win. He didn't score a goal. He is massively... what's he up to now? It should be like... There you go. 4.12 XG without a goal. Man's going for the big one. Oh. Champions League goes very well. We've actually won both games today in Europe. 3-0. Like, really comfortably against both Benfica and against Dinamo Zagreb. Which is just nice. Keeps us in a good spot. Not just us, though. The other Hungarian sides are smashing it, too. It's just a wonderful day. Never consistent goal scorer. Because scoring a lot of goals in bursts and not scoring for... I mean, fair. I guess it's one of those things where they don't really notice that stuff. And then Genius is unhappy. How? Oh, yeah. No. I'm bringing Genius back because he's clearly a good player, as we saw what he was like at Vashast, but he needs to go to a team where he can actually play. And if he's not getting games for Honvi, then there's no point in him being there. Because he can actually do some damage to someone. Oh, my God. Richardson Soler fractured lower leg as a tackle he made. So he didn't get tackled. He broke his leg tackling someone else. What was he tackling? A wall? Did he go up? They can't have been after Moses Jarju. Yeah, like, what was he playing at? It's annoying, though, because he was having a really good time of it lately. I say that as if he's actually scored or assisted this season. God, he needs to not be there either. Stack in a pothole. The Wagamamas. The waiter was particularly cute. My friend decides he doesn't have the balls to ask, so I wait for the bill and ask her about shifts so I could slide in and ask any chance she could grab a drink. She has a boyfriend, but then I go to the gym later. Wait, hang on. Then I go to the gym later and end last night not in my own bed. Wait, what? Context required, Hexen. I mean, fair play. Looks like you hit your XG. XD more. Sorry. Had to be done. You can't say things like that and not have me make these jokes. What do you think he turned into Tabori Ketsubara, just like kicking the ad hoardings? Bit of XD. Well, actually, I suppose that would be XV, wouldn't it? Rather than XD. Hey, who am I to judge? He didn't specify. Not very wingman of it. This is true, yeah. Oh, okay. So it wasn't the same person, Hexen. Ah, you see, this is where the story gets confusing. Because we thought you meant it was the girl from the Wagamamas that your friend was all hot around the bushes about. So for some reason, when I talk about stuff like this, I sound like a Victorian author. I just turn into Emily Bronte every time we do. I'm like, oh, dearie me, did you see her ankles? I'm Rick James. Hi, I'm Matt. Nice to meet you, Rick. Thank you for the follow. And we actually lost a game there. A rarity. Hot around the bushes. Indeed. Oh, matron. How's that? Do you know, I haven't spoke to Emma, but, chat, you'll appreciate this. Slugs! You'll appreciate that too, because you love a bit of slugs. Bonjour. How's it going, man? How's life treating you? That waiter is the sister of a girl who went home with. True. And they were both David Moyes' daughter. Taking the Zahar element of things. So yes, I'm seeing my friend Emma, the hairdresser, next week. So I can see if we can move that along a little bit. Or maybe she's like, you know what, I don't need it now. I'm happy on my own. And honestly, you know, sometimes that's fine too. A guy called Kevin at Sevilla. I swear there's always a guy called Kevin at Sevilla. We can crack off. Ooh, nice. What are we up to? Was it secret? Is it a secret? I bet it's a secret. Not that Garnacho is just like available from Anderlecht. Just take him for £19 million. Not even that expensive. Who are you? Holy shit, he's a real player as well. Hang on, he's 23. Oh, 25. I thought he was 23 and a real player then. That would have been bizarre. That's Bettina. Oh god, that guy's come down on the rankings a little bit. Ooh, we paid $5 million for him. Player exchange video interview. Hey, I promised to Stanislav Suhi and she'll get him. Saw some builders. You saw Auschwitz. Oh, of course that's in, yeah. Drinking mainly. That's what you want to be doing. Gather some CVs. Yeah, I can take some over. You submit your profile and I'll bring them to her. It'll be like real life Tinder. Isaac Castilla. 1.1 million. Hang on a minute. Ha! He ain't awful, to be honest. And for £1.1 million, although the wage is the problem, he's on $8,000 a week. Too slow. Bear in mind, not for us. I'm just talking about in general. In terms of resale value. Great heading. Great finishing. No composure. I think he's fully scouted, isn't he? Yeah, he's fully scouted. There's nothing more we can do with him. See what his wages would be like. Ah, my favourite of the FM nonsense. He would require us to improve our standing in the league. You know, the league we've won 7 years in a row. That league. It's just such a meaningless... Just say that we're not big enough in rep compared to other European sides. That's fine, but just don't give me that nonsense. Liar. Alfonso. That is your real name. He's done well there. I think it does, Hexen. He has done well there. You get the mental Brian seal of approval. We don't hand those out. Only Brian hands those out willy-nilly. Yeah, man's not getting near that Real Madrid team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had him listed for £1.1 million. But what I would say is sometimes you can pick out, especially off Real Madrid, bargain players for that exact kind of price, as we did so many of the other saves. Done to shoot 0.5th, yeah. Right, Castillo's back, but he's not going to be back because Radojic is just starting again. Goof will be on the bench, though. I want Pereira, and I want Yakubali Boobali. Diaz instead of Navarro is fine. Abdul Nabi can rest. Oh, damn. Speaking of rest, they need it. Nakanishi in there. Jarju and Alvarado is fine. I'll do Seri. And Velasquez can start because he'll be suspended next game anyway. So sent a clip of a player not wishing to join Club Brugge until they got promoted to the... Wait, which they're already in, right? The Supercut. How, oh, wait, the Supercut of what? What have I missed? I feel like I've genuinely missed something here. It's like I've woken up in the middle of stream. What have I missed, Dan? Bear in mind, as someone that doesn't go on Twitter. The willingness to go. No, I haven't. Oh, but I'm very curious. What's happened today mostly, Shuber, is... Oh, hang on. Oh, the Brian's Gun one.
Pick willy-nilly.
You can't run willy-nilly after the ball, just run.
I have seen some of these before because I think they talk about them on football cliches quite a lot. Oh, okay. You could do the... I love how willy-nilly is just... Who is this William Nilliam? Oh, that's amazing. I'll have to watch that properly. But that's basically what's happened, Schuber. We sold our first choice goalkeeper for loads of money. Oh, Lucas is already up to 3.5 stars now. Sorry, 2.5 stars now. We sold our first choice keeper because we could, and he wasn't performing that well. We've replaced him with a guy that was already at the club. We've also won a couple of Champions League games, so that's good too. And now, hopefully, we're going to win this one. I don't know what I was expecting to happen there. £23.5 million in the end. What is it that constitutes willy-nilly? Is it like a careless attitude towards a certain topic or event, if that makes sense? So like you know, flippant. Yeah, a flippant attitude towards things. You can't just go around... Christ, now I'm trying to... Now I'm down a rabbit hole here. Imagine if there was a willy-nilly. There's Caleb Wiley and Andre Viesh Boas as well, randomly. CJ Egan Riley, Liam Miller, Harry Mills. There's Willie Cambuala, which I'm just enjoying. Haphazard, yeah. Oh, he's former Man United guy. But now he's back at Motema Pembe, rather. With disregard for the situation in hand. Nonchalant. Oh, look at this. We're breaking out all the dictionaries here. Chat suddenly turned into fucking Susie Dent. Youth intake. I don't know, Mr. Progger. There was a guy from... Yeah, no, he was 15, so he had to have been from then in his youth intake. It was like a 6'5" striker called Pettersson, who we were looking at. He's in the rotation. Because Norway actually seemed to produce some pretty cool talent this year. Nice. Okay. Be it physical or theoretical. Yeah. No, actually, it's the dispensing of it. Because it isn't just flippant. It implies that you're right. You are dispensing something. It's... For example, you don't just go handing out hand jobs willy-nilly. Although, if anything is willy-nilly, that certainly would be. I struggle to use things in sentences. Can you tell? Hopefully we'll score now. Oh, great finish. Will I, nil I. Oh, I see. That makes sense. How next is that? Yeah, you don't want that. And that's why she's next, right? You can't if it's nearly... That's true, nearly Willy, yeah. Speak for yourself. Hey, you're a charitable man, DPT. What can I say? Yeah, I checked them all, Mr. Progger, because we scout them all. We scout them all every single season. So any players that are there will be found because we scout them. And actually, Bodder, they all had some good players. I think Volarenga had a guy as well. Which round the DMs are? No, we were actually thinking about moving them. One of the things we were actually considering was flipping them over because we have a more aggressive approach. He scored a goal! He's done a thing, chat. Matt GPT. Well, look at that. Oh, after all these years, Radojic has finally scored a goal. Your sub is safe. That was probably like 0.4. No, 4.4 he got to before the goal. But he has finally scored one. Watch him go and score like a hattie now. This vibe, he's a big vibe in it. He did do a football. But yeah, we were looking at potentially switching over the 2 midfielders to the opposites, as in just swapping them over, basically. Because we are more aggressive down the other side. It would make more sense to have the anchor there covering over a bit more. I thought he was going to score again then. But he is not going to get an assist for that. But we've started really, really well. Pereira has scored 2. It's the making of it. And Paolo with a gifted sub to Hexin. It's all gone full circle. Thank you, Paolo. Super duper nice of you. Surprised he didn't miss it. Oh, but we've seen worse. Like the amount of times that, well, him alone and Castillo have missed those open goals when they just hit it straight at the goalkeeper, or they wait and then the defender comes. Yeah, I'm not sure I can show that on Stream Bay. I'd like to be able to stream on Thursday too. The tennis tiebreak. See, this is tennis jokes that I'm too football to understand. This is the problem. Does Paolo go to the gym? Maybe he woke up in Paolo's bed. You never know. I told you the story of that time my friend was sleep talking, didn't I? Where he was saying things like, wait, that's a completely different story, and I certainly can't tell that one. Never mind. I just got 2 stories confused in my own head. You know, if I'm not telling it on stream that there's a reason. Yes, Paolo. There's always room. The score with that. Oh, that'd be cool if you could see that information, wouldn't it? Raw of an anchor. Yeah, so, I mean, that it wasn't even the preferred. They are actually, I think, in their preferred positions. It's just that with us having more of a gap, we should maybe test that in the league. On that side, it would make more sense to have the anchor playing on the left, given that we have both of our... We have the Trek and the wingback both on attack here. Whereas on this side, it's an in-forward... Yeah. Let's try it. We just never got around to actually making it permanent, did we? And then it was Roman Playmaker. And they should keep the rest of their PPMs, right? Well, they actually didn't. Wait. Oh, no, that's fine. So I don't want your... Oh, yeah, the other change I made is I actually put our RPM on more direct passing. Because I was noticing that he was absolutely spraying balls around when I did that. And it just seemed to make a little difference. Something worth a little look at. I think it might just give us a bit more cover with these guys getting further forward more. Potentially, anyway. Doing well, Christian. We've won both games. 3-0 in both matches as well, which is nice. So we're looking good. I think we're sitting 4th. Left is more attacking. Yeah, that was... When we made this switch to have the Trek there, we did consider moving the anchor and then just never did. He was spraying... You can't just be spraying balls willy-nilly, chat. But that's kind of what I also want out of Seri right now, as now Yoshi's hurt himself. Which we... Terran over just... Even if I'm trying to rest this poor man, he's just always there. Well, actually... Oh, no, No, I'm not going to rest him because he's playing... He can't play next game anyway. And... Do you know what I think it's time for, chat? I think it's time for Goof. It's time for the Goofy movie. Oh, yeah, did I not swap him over? Fuck. I just changed the role, didn't I? Oops, there we go. Is this true experience? Oh, God. Still winning. True, but, you know, you can always win better. That's the way I look at it. I'm obviously of the opinion if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it's one of these things where little bits of optimization can still help. He's much worse. Basically, Pixelu. Hence why he's playing for MTK Budapest and his brother's playing for Manchester United, but he's still bloody excellent. They were actually both at Man United at one point. Yeah, Lucas is just trying to cause a bit of chaos. What a save! That is a brilliant stop from Lucas. This is why. I like him. He's putting up good ratings in games. He's keeping clean sheets. I don't know if he's still overperforming how Joao was, but he's doing solidly. He's still... Bear in mind, he does have... he's actually got low eccentricity, doesn't he? Maybe it's his tendency to rush out that's fairly high. But I don't mind a bit of mad shit from a keeper every now and then. As long as he doesn't let us concede a goal from it, then he's fine to do what he wants, I suppose. Oh, look at the space out wide. Please find the pass. Okay. Or not. It's up to you. Dealer's choice, I guess. Huge gap on the left-hand side, and they're just like, nah, don't feel like it. Oh, God, yeah, I forgot you did that. Oh, Goof's in. Oh, God, the viciousness of these tackles is kind of filthy. That's a nice pass. Oh, I thought Yakubu was going to score then. Hand glasses from... Yeah, I definitely had a couple of them for sure. Scorpion Kips as a goalkeeper trait would be fantastic. Particularly if you could find a way to give it to every player. Because you can give like goalkeeper traits to players using the editor and stuff like that. All that stuff is technically available as far as I know. Can a player come close to take her in? Oh, Goof's in. And Goof has scored. I think technically we actually do have that in the tactic. It's just because often the player that is that team seems to be the one that just takes it. And so it doesn't... Oh, no goal for Goof. Oh, thank you, Sarcastic. That's really kind of you, man. I'm enjoying making them. I've got some slightly different content coming up in the next couple of weeks as I'm just doing mad shit and I'm kind of enjoying it. Another disallowed Goof. He's goofed there, chat. Anarith, back in your box. Or maybe. Oh, he's missed again. How has Goof missed that? That was an open goal. He's the new Radojicic. We are still overperforming today, to their credit, but that was a golden chance there. I think, was that a woodwork? Just the one woodwork today, in fairness. Look at that, Yakubu, straight on the chest. He's just such a wonderful player to watch. He's willing to do the extra bit of loveliness just to make it look better. And I'm a fan of that. Yeah, Unipatillo is not exactly having a great game himself. Maybe he wants to get recalled so he can come and take Lucas's spot in the team. He knows there's a spot up for grabs now, and he's determined to play for the big boys. That being said, Honved are actually doing very well this season, so maybe he'll be with them soon. That's more like it. It's the kind of passing I want to see. Slot him in. Maybe a long ranger, or just give the ball away. But then win it back. Good stuff. Here we go. Oh, nice ball. Goofs in again. And he's given a foul. He has won a foul. At least. Whether that leads to anything, I don't know. It is awarded. And it's Henrik Pereira on the hat-trick, scores 4-0. Henrik needed that. He scored a hat-trick today. I think that's really good from Henrik, because I think that was his only 3 goals of the season so far. So his XG is going to have gone through the roof in one game. Little 4-0 there. Goof actually good. Attribute-wise, Goof is genuinely good. It's just that he's one of those players who, if he was just faster, he'd be so much better. But unfortunately, he's just not. He just has that, lacking that bit of speed. Oh. Same as Papa Fey in a way. He's not as good as Papa Fey, who's literally a Belgian international. But Goof is still decent. He just has a lot of quite good technical attributes, and his mentals are really solid as well. But he's just ended up being like one of our striker options just on account of the... What the hell was that? The fact that Airing's gone out on loan. We sold Suhi. Yaboa's now through on the chest. Oh, it's glorious. Yakubu Yaboa showing him how it's done. Another assist from Seri, and we're 5-0 up in a league game. Look at us go. I think he has like 8 pace hexing, but he still has managed so far 8 caps for Belgium. It's weird us being 5-0 up in a league game, honestly, against a good side. Like, Seri just looks more comfortable there. It's a great ball. Look at that on the chest from Yakubu Yaboa. I honestly think that what's really improved us is that the switching over of the 2 midfielders. They seem more comfortable. Looks like it's made us more balanced overall. That's a great result for us. Hat-trick for Pereira. 1 for Radojicic of all things. It's the Goof effect. I think it's our best win of the season. Longest break you took playing FM since you started this. When you say started, what do you mean by started? Do you mean like since I started this save? Because if so, you're probably looking at that time I had COVID. Oh no, I hadn't started the save yet at that point. So yeah, in terms of this save, it'd be like 2 days probably when I would have taken a weekend off. Although, yeah, no, it would have been probably. Along those lines. Axel, thank you very much for the 3 months. When you went punting instead. Well, yeah, it would have been like that, wouldn't it?
3 months. It's been an honor less than 3.
Thank you, Fred. That's really, really kind of you. FM content for many years. Oh, the longest break would have been like 2 years when I actually was completely off of making content. I barely played FM during that 2-year period at that point because I was just so like over it and done. So I barely played FM 17 or 18 at all. FM 19 I played, or did I? No. I played some of FM 18 because I did Frozen Fortunes on FM 18. Let's change that tactical thing over. I think we can commit that to... Why did I change that? Get rid of that. I think that's
this isn't where I park my
good
car.
enough to keep that. And then I want shoot less often and more direct passing. Good stuff. Oh, Just Jordan, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well.
So I tell
good shout, yeah. Oh, it's done now anyway. Lukash, thank you very much for the follow. Or Lukash. Either way, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I took like It wasn't like 2 years off. It was like, I still played it. Oh, chat. It's that time. It's Youth Intake Preview. The sword of Damocles hangs over the head of Emmett Doran right now. And I tell you what, if this is bad, there's every chance that the sword could begin its descent to the back of Emmett's head. It's time for his performance review. So this, obviously this isn't what decides it. It's just about, it's what actually happens. But sad Emmets. Ooh, sad ED7. It's not looking good. Now, the only thing that can save him now is that central midfielder. Basically, that's his only hope of keeping his job is that central midfielder being a 3.5-star potential or more player. That's the only player that he can rest that on. I also love that it's a role that we don't use. We don't use central midfielders, but that's not the point. That's not the promise. Todd Cantwell is getting himself lubed up and ready to get in there. I technically think he would actually be sat on the other stream after that. Yeah, this had better be the next, like, N'Golo Kante or something. Custom club record. Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. What's his reputation like? As in, whose reputation? Emmett's reputation? Don't know. 2.5 stars? Minimum. I said minimum 3.5 star was what that was the agreement that I had with his representative, i.e. Harv. Now, in fairness, it makes sense that he'd bring through players in a 4-4-2 because he does actually, like, yeah, that's his system. Todd Cantwell is getting ready. That player could still be decent, and if that player is decent, then he's earned a reprieve. But he's going to need a really solid player here in order to keep his job, because it has been 5 or 6 years in a row now of one-star youth intakes. But we've got pretty much everything maxed out. And I know our team's getting better, but you'd still expect something from that, right? They wouldn't all be 1-star youth intakes. I'm not sure Emmett's working at all, honestly. Virginia's just piping up now. The Purple Lurple, thank you very much for the prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you, friend. If you can't, well, true. He's not done well there. He is... Yeah, maybe that's what it's like when you, like, you're building a new character in an RPG and you put all of your attribute points on, like, a single thing. That's kind of what Emmett's doing right now. He's going for a full-on, like, the build will have no defense whatsoever, but it's going to be one hell of a passing player. To be fair, there haven't been that many amazing talents that have come through in Hungarian football other than Puskás. 6-3 result with Ronaszewski scoring again. Fair play to him. Michael and Todd Cantwell, unlike his name. All or nothing. MTK and Emmett. Oh, I'd love to imagine that. Oh, Menninger's lost a little bit on the potential side of things, but he's still a very good player. And he's worth more than we paid for him, so can hardly complain. He's a good player. Poach before they come through? No, because if you get a player poached before they come through, it tells you. You get a news article that will tell you. We've actually not had that happen at all, I don't think. Maybe at the very start of the save. But we have had a distinct lack of that. Hey, look at me go. Speaking's hard, right? Saboslai. That is a player, yes. Sorry, I'm not sure of the context. Right, so Velasquez is out, which we already knew. Which means it's going to have to be... Yoshi as the anchor. You know what? I'm actually okay with that. Since he's good defensively. Plus, think of the passing quality we'll have in the midfield here. Castillo, Malera, Navarro, Silva, Dala, Alvarado, Montiel, Abdul Nabi. Is Fernandez knackered? Or unavailable? I think he must be unavailable. Basically, we found that our advanced forward just wasn't having anything. He was just missing. And not that that's what's happening now as well, but we wanted a bit more flexibility. So we've been using a poacher with roam for positions and moves into channels. And from a movement and build-up play, it works really well. And he's actually getting assists now. Ignore the fact that he's only got one. The strike role itself has performed more exists. It says, but the issue has been they're getting into the positions, but we just keep missing all the time. That's been our biggest issue. The words are there, just not quite in the correct order. Exactly. Yeah, I've never really been a big fan of poachers up until this, but Anna suggested it. We've tried it out. It's not just like your bare bones poacher. It's kind of like a poacher. If you think of a poacher like a slice of garlic bread, right? What we've got is a poacher, but we've got cheese on top, standard, but maybe like some bacon bits in there as well, just to give it a little crunch and a little extra bit of flavour on top. That's kind of what we've done with the poacher here. I could have done something with poached eggs there, but I've decided to go against it. Can't wait to hear this analogy. You know when I've gone. So it's kind of like garlic bread, that we're going somewhere special. I kind of see everything through the eyes of garlic bread, right? They're either garlic or they're not. Am I hungry? No, well, we are managing in hungry. Yes. But it's fine because I'm going to absolutely demolish some pasta and some garlic bread later. So it's all good. Pog and I bought some yesterday. Lovely. Sexy scenes. Diddy the Goat. Thank you very much for the 3
What do you
months.
call a fake noodle? An impasta.
Good. Solid. Wait when the missus parents come around. Oh. Do you know what? Not the situation I've ever been in, but I feel like I would. You know? I feel like I would definitely crank out the top-notch garlic bread. We're talking flatbread here as well. Like a garlic flatbread. None of this, like, sliced baguette crap. No. We're going garlic flatbread with, like, your parsley. Not parsley. Actually, parsley's still sick. But you normally put it on the pasta, though. Cheese sliced in there. Maybe some bacon bits. Some just good shit. You're basically making a pizza here minus the tomato, essentially, is what you're doing. But bloody hell. Or do you go the whole way and go garlic pizza bread? Because garlic pizza bread is just a different level of... I'm now thinking about that garlic pizza bread that pizza place near me does. It's a shame they're so shit and everything else, but that garlic pizza bread is a different thing. It's like this thick and of cheese and dough, and it's stuffed crust garlic pizza bread as well. It's got this cream... I've got to stop speaking. I am making myself hungry. It's only 2. I've got to wait hours yet. Our poacher is like that one porn you saw years ago, no matter how hard you try to look, you can't find it. Then years later you stumble upon it, and let me tell you, it's and you'll find it on bang.com. Dough you made yourself, butter from a farm, and wild garlic you picked yourself. Yeah, it's garlic that I chased through the woods and caught. That's the level of garlic we're talking here. Bang bros. Garlic bread on their stream bingo. To be fair, that was a... those bloody stream bingo cards that Inferno... I think it was Inferno. Oh. And now my neighbor started drilling. Big shout out. Yeah, just put in bang.com's adult vision. Adult film division. A bingo card. True. Talking about quality garlic bread over the champion. To be fair, it's the kind of garlic bread, right, where you open the box when it arrives and that's the music that you hear. That's all I want. As we take the lead through Navarro. Chat, we're beating Real Madrid. I've really liked RPMs this year, particularly. So we wanted to slot him. We tested RPMs out with our Dundee United save at the start in the beta, and we just kind of liked it. So it just kind of transferred over. And then once we got the look, that was the anchor, by the way, going to the byline. Look at that. He's headed that with the back of his head. Who does he think he is, Chicharito? Dr. Hugh, thank you for the follow. Great work from Yoshi. Dangerous, but good play, nevertheless. This would send us to, what, 16 points? Tell you what, we are actually quite good at home. Cheese from the cheese rolling in the West Country tastes nicer because it's wild and free. I don't know. I reckon it's got bits of, like, leather and rock and grass in it. You'd have to, like, wash it first, right? Lugash, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. Or Lugash. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. That was a really boring first half that somehow we've come out of it looking really good. Although Castillo's seemingly struggled to get into the game at the moment anyway. Yes, that is Arsu. He's scoring for Benfica. Something he failed to do against us. Why leather? Because of the shoes of the people? I don't fucking know. Or a cow rolled down the hill prior. Can you tell I've not thought this through? Is there any indication that I may not have given this the 100% of my brain power? Pereira played very well last game. I'm doing Donovan. I'm going Donovan. Cow rolling. Now you're talking. You can do it at the amusement park. Navarro's in again. Can he square it? Oh, well, I mean, he can. He's just decided not to instead. What are you doing? Just collect the football. Are you on a booking or something? No. He's about to be, I suspect. We're going to concede off this play, aren't we? Ooh, nice. Go on, mate. On your bike. There we go. Right, now's your chance, Castillo. Show me that you're not worthless. Oh, he's worthless. Right. That was a great chance, and he has to be doing better than that. Who have we got on the bench? Oh, God. Oh, God. Do you know it's desperate when I'm turning to Dragan Radojic off the bench? We'll get Jarju on as the... That's Hurley, Matt. Probably don't put Hurley in there. There we go. Maybe Silva. I could have done... I kind of want to just give Radojic his go here. 10 minutes to go. Okay, now we start to just... Let's just start turning things down slightly. Trying slowly but surely to kill this off while we can. I will get to that Yogo, hopefully, when we've won this match. Hopefully. Touch wood, touch wood, touch wood. Oh, sip it through Donovan. Yes. Oh, it's actually a really good pass on Navarro again. He's in. Go on, Navarro. That's a weak-ass shot. That is such a weak shot from Navarro. Considering he scored the... Did he score the... Oh, yeah, it was the header, wasn't it? No, we've changed the set pieces. We have our own set piece setup that we've been using most of the year, honestly. Oh, God. Oh, fucking Jesus, Football Manager. That's irritating as all hell. Typical, isn't it? Welcome to Reputation Manager. We could see one like that against Bayern as well. Those random long-range daisy cutters that just get... Like, why are they standing off of him there? Like, it's a good effort, but it's right next to the keeper. We'll probably concede off the kickoff now too, you're right, yeah. That's disappointing. I mean, I'd have settled for a point against Real Madrid, I suppose, but we're not going to get that point, are we? Because they're going to score another one. Unless we win off them here. Okay, that's fine. Montiel's onto this. What do you reckon? Massive... It's got to be a glaring error, hasn't it? That's usually how these games are. They don't play through you. You just get a glaring defensive error. It's just nice football, actually. That's it, Donovan. Show a bit of speed. Right, somebody make a run for him, if you could. This has very long highlight with a goal definitely on the end of it vibes to me. Bellingham, that's a really bad pass. Montiel fuck up. Yeah, like the one last time. Ooh. Right, come on, lads. Get out to him. Get bodies around him. Look at the space in the middle for Vinicius Jr. FM is genuinely funny, isn't it? This happens every time we play one of these big sides. It's offside. That didn't look offside to me. But it's the gap between our centre-backs here. Maddeningly large gap. But luckily, he is actually offside. Christ, there's a never offside normally. It's a good finish from Vinny. Right. I think at this point, we've just kind of got to hopefully take a point here. Despite probably being the better side. But hey, we'll take that. It's a 1-1. I feel like we probably deserved a little bit more from that, but it is what it is. Wow, we'll take that. We'll take that. Castillo didn't have the best game. And it is Real Madrid after all. Still going to yell at them, obviously. They should have done better, but our home form is definitely very useful when it comes to the knockouts too. We are so good at home. We have survived a couple of these random bits where the match engine just goes, no, they're a bigger side, you're going to lose. Because against Bayern Munich, we had the same thing as well. I know there's so much. Oh, God. What did I say? But we have had a distinct lack of that. Words are hard. What can I say? They are just difficult. We're still going to celebrate that with a bit of yoga because I just want to. Yeah, maybe our reputation is getting there. Middle of nowhere. Yeah, indeed. But that's often what happens in these types of games. We've noticed this a lot. Whenever we play against a big side in European games, especially teams with high rep, so Bayern, City, Real Madrid, Liverpool, those types of teams, you'll find that the players just react differently to the situations. That they'll just get into weird positions. Even like a guy like Montiel, who is inarguably a world-class centre-back. Like, it's not even debatable whether he's a good defender. He's better than any defender I've had on my last 2 FM saves. Even last year. That's how good he is. So really, they shouldn't be always making those mistakes in those games, but it is what it is. He's a bit tired, maybe. That might have contributed to it. So what's left this side of the Christmas period? We've got a cup game and a league game. Which is perfect, actually. New England Patriots, thank you very much for the 14 bits. It's a very specific number. I appreciate that. To the third tier. Wow, shit. Maybe it's just... Yeah, I think it has to be confusing person because it's like whenever you have those results, and it's never a case of... How did Lucas perform? How did he perform? He got a 6.7. I don't know how many saves he actually made. He must have made like 3 or 4. Yeah, the problem is it was his fault for the goal kind of thing. But, I don't know. The issue is that you never seem to get outplayed for those goals. It's always like some stupid defensive mistake that costs you the goals against them. It's never like they just play around you because they're a really good side. That's the strangest thing. Goals usually my... See a lot more than actually suggests. Yeah, we had that in our first couple of seasons as well. Yeah, so Hadrian puts his numbers in, his like attributes in. We found out that he's probably roughly around about 170, what was it, 170 CA or something? Currently. And he could still get better because as far as I'm concerned, I think he still has some potential left over, doesn't he? Hard to tell at this point when he's this good. Point being, he's absolutely ridiculous. Especially as he also... likes big matches and has consistency as well. So he's just an absolutely absurd centre-back. He would get... Look, he's gone up more. Jesus Christ. He's gone up, his vision has gone up by 5, which is really odd. But I guess he's just... As he's getting older, he's just... Weirdly, most people's vision declines over age, but his has got better. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. He's by far the best. Got LASIK. True. Like, his heading's gone up. Even his tackling is allegedly going up. Luckily, he already had 17, but his marking's gone up. He's also still got 17 pace. How on earth... This is kind of mad, actually, that his pace... His pace has gone up by 4. He's a centre-back, and his pace has gone up by 4. To 17 pace on a centre-back. He's absolutely... He's world-class. He would have easily been the best defender on my Treaty United save while it was winning Champions Leagues. That must have been a sellout, right? Wow, hang on. We still didn't sell out our stadium against Real Madrid. God. He's a 17 to back, yes. He's got it all. Oh, here we go. Ferencváros away at Crvena Zvezda and Molfehovar host Maccabi Haifa. They kind of need a win there just to get themselves back involved a little bit. Right, come on. And we've got Újpest home to Astana. That should be winnable for them. And Kisvada are away at Napradak, who are good. Like, Napradak are like top 8 right now, aren't they? So that might be a loss, honestly. Oh, shit. Hang on. He strained his calf jumping for a header. Okay. Careful there. And that's only 1 day out. Cool. And Jarju. New challenge for Moses Jarju. God. Would it be time to let Moses go? Tell you what, if he leaves for that kind of value, I'd be willing to. Because we could replace him with another centre-back. But he is also Jarju, the captain. Let's see. If I can't convince him, I've got no choice, really, do I? Great place to play football. There we go. Like, if someone actually wants him, and they came in and I could get huge money, but I don't want to just let him, like, leave randomly. He's Jarju. He's the captain. Although I also can't wait until we get a captain that can actually do stuff. That would be good. So Molfehovar can take a draw and Ferencváros lose to Crvena Zvezda. That's surprising. But at least a point for Molfehovar. It's something. So Ferencváros slipped down a little bit, but I don't mind if they come 8th or 9th rather. And Molfehovar still just outside there. But one win in their final 2 matches I think could be enough for them. Priority for player personalities. It doesn't really factor in unless there's like a dead heat between 2 players. Like, to me, the point when I start caring about player personalities is the point when I'm already got the perfect team. Because if I find an insanely good player and they just have a slightly not great personality, then I'm still going to sign them because you can still sell them on. Mercenaries I try to avoid, though, just because they're such a pain in the ass to deal with. The only time it would really factor in is if I'm like comparing 2 players and they're almost evenly matched. Then I would just go for, I want, driven, resolute, model citizen if you can, but let's be honest, that's rare. Whereas resolute and driven are way more common, so I just love a resolute driven personality. Plus, I've often found that any players I've got with driven or resolute personalities always seem to at least reach their potential if you give them game time. Hey, it's going well-ish. We just dropped some points at home to Real Madrid. It's nice to be able to say dropped some points at home to Real Madrid, though, innit? Right, what about the Conference League? You absolute legends. Kishvada winning again. Merla scores again. And Chris Barwick this time on loan from us scores for Kishvada. They've won again. What about Uipest? 1-0 win. 88th minute red card. Uipest and Kishvada are absolutely going to clap cheeks in the Conference League this season. Did Bayer Leverkusen win again? They didn't. Actually took a draw against Bologna. So that maybe Bologna are a dark horse here. So what does that mean then? So yeah, they're second and third in the Conference League respectively.
It can get very depressing.
They're in great shape right now. The fact that they've already got 12 points, one more point each for them in their final match would be enough. Shorty-san, thank you for the follow. That's really good. The fact that Kishvada and Uipest are this good in Europe, though, it really does show the step forward we've taken this year for me. With the fact that these two are like the weakest, they're weaker of the sides. You know, you'd think like Ferencváros and Molfeira are probably better than these two. Uipest are decent. The fact that they're both performing like top 8 level in the Conference League is great. The fact that Ferencváros are still technically top 8 too. We're making the right steps. And God knows what we must be over 10 points by now, surely. 10.5. 10.5 points on the board already. We've only got... We're not even at Christmas yet. There's still 2 more games for us. 2 more games for either of those. And another Conference League match coming up soon, which we'll get to in a couple of weeks because it'll be while we're still live today. Norway as well. Look at that season for Norway. 4th best. Scotland, any advance on where you were? They're up to 3.4 now. Scotland are on the comeback. They finally got above Belarus. They're making a go of it. Yeah, what are Norway doing? There has to be in the Conference League and the Europa League, right? So Bodø are 9th, which means they must have done fairly well. Vålerenga are in there too and are 14th. So that's probably contributing a decent number of points for them as well. And then the Conference League, maybe? The Whale Horse! Thank you for the 13 months.
Loving the agent vids. Such a fun idea.
They are really, really fun to make. They take a long time to make, but they are fun, and they seem to do really well, which is nice. That means I'll keep doing them. Rosenborg, yeah, that's probably explaining it. Is there any more in here? Maybe like a lower team? It's kind of surprising that all those 3 in conjunction have managed to earn that many points together, but... Oh, speaking of kits, chat, also, that is fucking sick. That is lovely. Love that. Speaking of kits, have you guys seen the kits for the Women's World Cup? The away kits, specifically, for the 2023 Women's World Cup. Because they are amazing. And I just wonder, where was that effort on some of the men's kits in the last couple of World Cups? Because we were looking through those kits on stream before the last World Cup. And I love the Germany one. I don't know if anyone's got a link to like an article that has the kits in it, but the Germany one for me is absolutely gorgeous. I want it. I'm actually probably going to buy it. Komsa Romika, thank you very much for the follow. The Japan one's really nice too. Only the Adidas ones. Classic Adidas coming up clutch as always. Manager agent. So basically the reason the manager one doesn't really work is because you can't really... the only way you can do that is with the editor without any kind of... There's no way of testing if it's realistic. That's the problem with the idea of doing it the manager. National team doing it, I don't know, honestly. I'm trying to find a way to get to it really quickly without me having to use the keyboard. Look at me go. It's like Wikipedia speedrunning. Yeah, if there's an article out there that has them all in, I'll have to talk about it on stream because the Adidas ones are so good. Can I? Oh, that's the badge, Matt. Hang on, João Carrillo, wasn't he the manager of Uipest before? He was. Oh, welcome aboard, my friend. So the national team is currently 63rd. They were up as high as 38th at one point. Bit of a decline lately. Look at the number of second nationalities in this team. We're going to get to a point where half of them are just...
Oh, yes, very soon.
In fact, over half of them. Carlos Fernandes, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, here we go. Have they got, like... These are shops, I suppose. But, like, the Colombia one's pretty sick as well. It's the Germany one. I love that. 102... What? Are you having a bubble bath? The Japan one is fucking sick as well. Spain's pretty cool because of the coral stuff. The Sweden one is nice, but... Why is that £70? And not... Why is the Sweden one £70, but the others are 110? Are they having a sale on Sweden? The Colombia one's £70 too. Those are way too expensive. But if I could find a way to get the German one cheap, I would definitely buy that shirt. It's authentic and replica. Oh, I see. Let's have a look. Oh, that's authentic. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Couldn't care less about authentic. Still, regardless, did they spell Colombia wrong? Yes, they did. I want that Germany shirt. It's so nice. Love it. Huge fan of that shirt. Like, they're all absolutely poggy, but the Germany one's the one that stood out for the most for me because I just really love the texture and I love because it's about the Bavarian forest and shit in it. It's just, yeah, it looks so good. It's like, but could we have a bit of this energy for some of the men's kits too? Like, because some of those ones at the last World Cup were absolutely shocking. Right, we did the yoga, and now... Oh, it's team reporter from Venezia Zvezda. Columbia University. Get them in there. Go name of their team. Adidas, my favourite kit manufacturer at the moment, and it has been for a long time, is Adidas kits. I'm so glad that Fulham have Adidas kits at the moment. It's... Like, my favourite ever Fulham kit doesn't happen to be an Adidas kit, but I know that it would have been better if it was. It's the Nike LG one from the back in the day, the red and black, like Milan style one. But if they had Adidas back then, fuck me. I just love Adidas kits. I just really like Adidas stuff, honestly. I like Adidas shoes. There's a really nice pair of white Adidas Gazelles that I'm tempted to pick up at some point because I could really do with a new pair of shoes. And I want a pair of white trainers. So this is their first team at the moment. And who's this? Kunavats. Pretty strong player there, actually, by the looks of it. Plus, they've actually got a nice crop of guys here that will get a... Like, some of these guys could be... This guy here, look, just from these sort of... Who's he? So he's 18. Prodanovic. I mean, that's nice. Fast. Potential good quality there. He might be a worthy look at. $90. It might be that I was looking at the authentic... In fact, it was, wasn't it? I'll have to find out how much they actually cost. A leaked home kit for next season. Oh, dear. It just looks a bit... Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the test logo, the test thing. You know when the TV signal drops out and there's that woman holding a clown? That's what that reminds me of. The background is like the test signal for TVs. Not sure I'm a huge fan of that. I find Nike do some weird stuff. Print a test page. Yeah. Replicas are £70. Okay. I do like the Germany one, though. I would be tempted. It does feel like they've really pushed out the boat, though, with those away kits, though. There's nothing... I can't say a negative thing about any of them, honestly. They're so good. We've done well there. Good stuff. We've done well there. Yeah, so it still has, like, Getty images strapped across the front of it. Right, cool. All with £40. Yeah, probably. That's my hope. Because I actually do want one. Silver Malero. Yeah, Malero through the middle. I mean, Malero absolutely twats it through the middle. He's great. Now that we've switched over to this, they really want to pay... Yoshi's going to get a lot more game time. Even if it is as an anchor, I feel like he's going to get way more game time now because he's left-footed. So if this gives Yoshi more game time, I'm actually totally for it. Jarju at the back there. Don't know how well that's going to go. Yeah, I feel like... you're right. I don't think they would be that brave. And I don't know why. Because, like, I feel like I've only really seen glowing praise for those kits. I saw them and immediately got jealous. Wouldn't want to design it. I thought, yeah, they need to do that more. They're so good. There was more inspiration. Because usually what happens with men's kits is you'll get this really long-winded paragraph about how, I don't know, just as an example, it was... I don't know, with Iceland, a bit like, it was inspired by the fjords and the ice and the harbour in Reykjavik, and it was inspired by the Aurora Borealis. And then you go, okay, cool. But then you look at the kit and it's just solid blue. And you're like, where is this? I mean, I guess blue is inspired by those things, but like, you know... It's like... It just sounds like basically, did kit first, thought of inspiration secondarily. You know? You work for Adidas on that copy? Wait, do you actually? 70 quid. Ah, nice. Is it a unisex shirt in terms of the replica shirts? Or is it like a... Because I'm looking at sizing. I never know how that works with the women's football ones. I don't know if they actually do them differently, whether they have a men's and women's versions, or whether they just do unisex. This time of year for this tournament, may I see it? No. Oh, God. Now, if they had a kit that was inspired by steamed hams, I'd be all over it. It feels like something someone like Forward Madison would do. Women's only cup. That seems strange that you... That seems like an odd decision, because to me, by doing that, you're essentially getting rid of a huge segment of the market that would want to buy and wear the shirt. Because I feel like... Just at least make it unisex, right? Willy-nilly inspired kit would go, oh, it would, wouldn't it? Castillo's through, and it's a good finish from Jose Luis Castillo. Look at him go. It's nice to see. Beng Steamed Ham's new sponsor. Yes, the Steamed Ham division of Beng. This exists. Oh, I think I know what this one is. Oh, yeah. I remember us looking at this before. It's still very good, though.
It's good you came in summer.
Iceland, thank you for the follow.
It can get very depressing.
So, Pushkas currently, whisper it quietly, are bottom of the league. They might actually finally drop this season after about 4 years of being absolutely woeful. And it might be what they need, honestly, to shake things up at the club and get themselves back to actually being a team that's capable of doing something. Because I'm really disappointed in them. That's a great pass. Malero through the middle. He'll surely just slot this in. Oh, he's so good. Malero is so composed when he gets into those positions. Like no other player on this team, honestly. Alberto Malero, when he goes through on goal like that, you can almost guarantee he's going to score. He just sits the keeper down. Castillo with the assist as well. Lovely pass. But whenever he gets here, you just know that he's going to be casually slotting this past the keeper without a fear in the world. Yeah, I don't know. Pushkas are just like... Because the annoying thing is, because they've got that reputation, I know that they could be a sort of team that could attract better players when they're in Europe and stuff. We're comfortable and fashionable. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, Alex, yeah. But I feel like, I don't know if it would really... I don't know if me wearing a fitted kit would be particularly becoming of me. He really is just a smooth chappy. Oh my god, he's going for it all now. It's really good when he plays through that middle role. Usually Navarro's the man for the job there, but when Malero does play there, he does have this like extra level of confidence when he goes through on goal that you can just pretty much assure that he's going to score. It's great. I don't see any reason why, if it's mass marketed like that they can't just do them in men's, women's, and unisex. Honestly. Like, you don't eliminate parts of the market. I'm trying to give you money here. I always find it strange when I'm in a situation where I'm like, I would like to pay for this thing. Please allow it. And they're like, nah. It's the same problem you have with like streaming services sometimes where you're like, I want to watch this show. Oh, it's not on any of them. Okay, cool. So you've just prevented me from giving you money. To the high seas with me. Yoshi does seem to look pretty capable in that role. Like, he's actually gaining the rating and stuff. I actually don't know, Brazio. Like, it's probably quite decent. It's 15, which I'm fairly certain is still worse than our actual main striker. Allegedly. There's obviously other factors involved, but yeah. It's only 15, which is decent, and it definitely seems to show with it. Maybe it's because he's a different type of player. Like, because he's an attacking midfielder, there's some other things that are different that causes him to be more composed when he's in that position, because he sure as hell is. When he gets through the middle like that, he is unstoppable. And when he does it out wide too. Because sometimes he'll get into those goal-scoring positions from his wider positions, and he's just brilliant there too. Yoshi's attributes, I mean, they're brilliant. He's just a fantastic player. He's good defensively. Obviously, the original plan was that he would be the playmaker because he can actually pass the ball a little bit. He's got great vision too. But the fact that he can cover both anchor and RPM for us is nice. And also left back too, if we needed him to. Our little green dinosaur. Maybe this... Oh my god. Oh, no wonder you're going down. Like, Castillo's been handed goals on a silver platter now. Yeah, we literally just brought the screen back and it was just that kind of... This is very much like the Joao Virginia goal against Bayern Munich where he just passed it straight to their player. Good finish though from Castillo. Had a bit of work to do there. Yoshi's, yeah, he's creeping up that rating. That's exciting, actually. I think we might have just made that. Also, notice how, look, 1xG, 3 goals. Ever since we switched things over, we've suddenly been... This is so strange. We've just been scoring goals for fun without really creating too many chances. Weird. I'm sure it's a totally coincidence, but it is... It's almost like it's actually... It's not changed the way we play that much, but it's like changed something else in the background that it shouldn't have affected, that is now causing it to have that effect. Really weird. Because we're now suddenly massively overperforming in our last couple of league games. I wouldn't be surprised if we got another goal in this game. Quivanino's just been sent off for Pekshi. Because better matchups. But I don't know why the better matchups in the midfield would allow us to finish chances better, if that makes sense. As in, it feels to me like it has done something that's essentially made us be able to score more goals, even though we're still creating the same number of chances. I.e., in fact, arguably even...
Happy 30 months. I'm planning on doing a Scandinavian-only save,
Ooh.
where I only sign Scandis. Any team recommendations? Preferably a smaller team.
Bruma Poikina is always a good shout, I would say. It's great youth facilities, got lots of youngsters that can come through there. That's one I would say is pretty good. How many matches does Jarju have now? I think he's our record. He's probably going to end up being our record appearance holder because we've just sold our current holder, which is Raul Virginia, the goalkeeper. So now that Jarju's still playing for us incredibly, there's every chance he could catch up. I think he's probably into like the mid 200s now. It was a nice idea. Oh, hang on. No, Castillo could bring this down. Still, it's a terrible touch. I hope that injury isn't too severe. Luckily, we've got no more Champions League before Christmas, so it shouldn't be an issue. Aarhus? Maybe. This is just going to peter out into nothing, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. 3-0. That's much more like it from us. Castillo scored another brace. Jarju is a very useful utility player. He really is. Even though he wanted to leave, but I just really like him. We worked on the fullbacks. We just liked him. And half the time, I don't have a reason for the things I do, Sarcastic. It's just, we did it, we won games, they played well, ergo we kept doing it. I don't have some like long-winded answer about, well, actually, if you look at, that's just not how I play the game. I just kind of put people in holes until they do good things. And then when they do good things, I go, good things have been done. We progress, If it ain't broke, it ain't. Exactly, yeah. And sometimes, if it is broke, still don't fix it. Just a rat. Like, where are these? Why am I being recommended these players? Like, we have no scouting no scouting assignments. Stop it. Get some help.
Just 2 blocks from here.
Oh dear. Big man Finn, thank you for the follow. Oh, I have to remove them first, don't I? Actually, fuck it with those ones since I can't just automatically do that. Agents, yeah, but I thought I had my agent offers turned off. That's why I'm confused. Right, a new Football Manager game. Just spats out the entire code. I'm not going to fall into the trap of signing a player from Belgium really expensively again. No, not this guy. Although, he is very good. Way out of our price range. Look, he's 16 years old. He's the future of the Belgium national team right there. 15 jumping reach, 6'3", resolute personality, 16 tackling. He's amazing. But we can't afford him. Well, we can, but like, yeah. Not doing that with him. Not making that mistake again. Cisse, like 10 million quid. Jesus. I mean, that was a position we're absolutely stacked in as it is, but plus he'd want 32 grand a week, and we don't really want to pay that to anyone other than Hurley. Page there? Good visit. Resolute. If there's anything there, he'll probably get there. Yeah, we kind of got to stay. We can't be dropping that kind of cash again because that's what led us to have to be sort of selling some players over the last year, just because we spent so much money on people like Francois. It was just a bad idea. Sure, our finances, sure. Like, the finances are in a brilliant state right now. The issue is we've only just got them back to this state. Like, we spent £26 million on a striker from Belgium not 2 years ago, and that's why we ended up all the way down here to the point where we were worried the board would start selling players. And now he's out on loan to another Hungarian side. That's how underwhelming he was, so to speak. So we've learned our lesson about spending £20 million on a player that we're very unsure of, especially when they're 16. I feel like that guy will be a success. And were we to have like 100 million in the bank, I'd probably be tempted still, but not until he's fully scouted. No. How is Hardy doing? Good question. So he is developing into a good player, but I think maybe he just lacked the ceiling. How much did he cost? Francois cost £23.5 million. Although I suspect, yeah, that's with clauses potentially in there too. And we're still paying for him now. Point being, we found players of this same kind of quality for like 600 grand. And there's no point in doing that, right? We've learned our lesson from that. I don't really want to drop in that kind. Like, he's a good player. It's great for Uipest. Like, he scored 8 goals for them in 8. The fact that he's not even really starting that often for them. It's good to see that Papa Fey is still scoring though. What's he up to now? Must be 20 odd. Why does it do that? Yeah, he's got 20 goals this season, Papa Fey. Never scored for Belgium yet, but he does have 10 caps. But this is the thing. If he was fast, he would be a genuinely excellent footballer. And he's already very good with 20 goals. Clearly, he does something right. But he's just lacking that. Well, often Fran ends up playing off the right. I love that Rigabuti's still there. Most of the time, Fran ends up playing off the right, if I remember correctly. Oh, no. It's actually... Weirdly, he's just sort of not really played at all. Yeah, I do use Spotify. Freeze prefers Castillo to Shesko. About that. He's a bit alright, isn't he? He's a little bit decent. There should definitely be another Conference League matchup somewhere around here, which will... What list do I use? It's one I made myself. I'll, hang on. It just has loads of copyright-free music on it. There you go. That's the playlist I'm currently using. It's just called New Stream Playlist. Because I'm one of those people. I don't just delete the old ones. I just make new playlists and just call it New That. I have so many different playlists now. Lose games in domestic comps. Oh, yeah. We've lost 2 games already this season. Bear in mind, because we're loaning so many players to other teams in our league, they're also really good. So they are now getting better, which means that they're harder to play against. Current favourite player? It might still be Yeboah. I think Yeboah is still one of my favourites just because he's got such high flair and such high dribbling that he just does interesting stuff occasionally. And he is absolutely filthy in terms of his quality as a player. There's something about him that I've just really enjoyed. Another resolute personality guy as well. That 18 dribbling is insane. To be fair, those 2 losses, one of them we actually really did deserve. Other teams are definitely improving, yeah, which is what's causing the closer games. That and us underperforming a little bit. That being said, when you look at the statistics, we're still well above. It's just, they are definitely improving. It does still have the Christmas song on it. I leave it on there now out of just habit. We're at -10 now. We're getting there. Yeah, only got Hungary loaded. Well, Hungary, you know, the Hungary leagues. And then obviously the players through the other means. Oh, Jesus. He's like so close to potentially being a bit okay. It's just hard to tell. This guy here as well, Rakic. Yeah. Hungry competitions indeed, yes. Where's Hivos when you need him? First few years. The first few years, if you're doing a building a nation, it's just to focus on like a normal save. Sure, I might actually bring Hardy back. Because if he's not playing for Budapest, we might as well bring him back and then loan him somewhere else, or just have him play for us for a bit. No other teams have won European trophies yet. We've had a couple in semi-finals yet, so far. We had Budapest Honvéd, of all people, got to the Conference League semi. 19 months remaining. You have an extension. That's fine. Yeah, I'd say the first part back in the Blues, you just want to focus on making your team better. No silly bollocks. Just focus on making your team a little bit better. To me, once you start getting into European competitions, it's at that point when you want to start maybe starting to build that loan farm. Because if you hold on too long to build the loan farm, the players you've got are not going to want to go on loan to these other clubs. You don't want the gap between you and the other teams in your league to get too big too soon. Because if it does, you won't be able to loan any players out because they won't want to go to the teams because their squads are too shit. If you start loaning players as you go and build them up with you, even though the gap's going to start to grow, when you then come to bring in new players to loan out, there'll already be guys at the club, and it feels like it's much easier to get players out there when that's the situation. That seems to be my experience of it as well. Yeah, of course, we've got our new stadium as well, which is lovely. Yeah, they had, I think, 23 titles before we came in, and we've won the last 7 in a row. Once we won the title, we pretty much carry. Although I still think that as they get stronger, there's going to be even more opportunities to lose the title. And it has happened to us in a Building a Nation save in the past. In Norway, we lost the title one season. The other thing is as well, as the... That's another 3 years. Holy shit. Having all those loan players will cause their squad quality to be higher, which means they'll also be able to sign better players too. Way too good too... Yeah, you can't... If you get too good too quick, you have to make sure you focus along the way. Doesn't look like... Yeah. Mid-journey can only do so much, Thranin. Besides, this is our new stadium. Yeah, I added the 3rd star on the badge. Had to. got out of the 3rd star on the badge for our 3rd title, and now it's on the roof as well. Competition proper, not just qualifying. Yeah, so... Well, if you're reaching a league phase of something, how many titles? Another 10 league titles for the 4th star, which we'll probably get during the save, honestly. It's sort of a balancing act back in the boost. Basically, you want to start the loan farm as soon as you can, really. I just use that as an example, but as soon as you can, you'll want to be starting to start the loan farm. So Fran is going to start. A map of my builder nation. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Hugh. And what that would entail. Okay, that. This is a cup game, isn't it? Oh, yeah, of course it is. The 2nd tier. Oops. How'd you get the stadium? So the stadium... So basically, we got a new stadium built for us, which was originally called something else. And then we changed the name of the stadium. And then we used Midjourney to create the stadium to look like that. And then I edited it in Photoshop to add the badge to the roof and the extra flourishes, I suppose. Have you built? And what do you want to conquer next? So technically, if you consider built, as in achieving our goal, then never. Because it's insanely difficult. Basically. Like, getting a league to be the #1 league in Europe is virtually impossible, but that's why we like the challenge, because it feels like it's virtually impossible, but not completely impossible. Yeah, it's harder if you start in the top league, because you making Uipesh better means that you've now lost an opportunity for them to get better on their own. I added the name. So basically, you know how a name fix works? So like when you put in the name fixes at the start of an FM cycle to change the league names and stuff, you can actually make those yourself, and it will work on stadium names too. So you can make your own name fix that just applies to the stadium that gets built. I actually have a video about it on my YouTube channel, and every time I want to do it, I have to go back and watch my own video to remember how to do it. But essentially, you create an LNC file in the folder where all the name fix stuff goes, and then you put in, it's something like, I'll see if I can remember the exact format. It's quotation mark, stadium _ name _ change, all in capitals, quotation mark, then a space, then the ID of the stadium, so in this case that, then a space, then another quotation mark, then a space, then another quotation mark, then the name of the new stadium, i.e. Bing.com Arena, then a quotation mark, then a space, then 2 more quotation marks. Have I done Romania? No. I've done Poland, Hungary, obviously, which is currently Ireland and Norway. And technically Denmark, but we don't really count that one. But Romania have very quite... I think Romania's rules will make that quite tough for us. Squad number. Oh, yeah, Fran's finally getting a squad number. 45. You take that, Fran. Manager gets sacked still. No. And bear in mind, it's not when they get sacked. It's only if they haven't got a manager when it comes to that loan extension screen. That's the only time that it... And we had that exact situation last summer where Honvi didn't have a manager, and they still took the loans, if I remember. So it doesn't seem like that is an issue this year, which is really nice. Let's change. Yeah, I'm more than happy to change rules to fix that, but I'd probably choose someone more like Estonia just for the lols, right? Very hard. Oh, yeah, I imagine it is. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Chuck. Right, Vashas. Francois Xavier Hardy. Watch him now actually be perfect for the poacher role or something and actually turn into the player that we hoped he would be all along. I'm coping here a little bit, but I have high hopes for him. If he at least scores a goal for us today, it's worthy the fact that he's come back from loan. Because there's no point in keeping really good players out on loan if they're not playing there, when they could still do a job for us, let's be honest. FM Mark, thank you for the follow. I don't even know what club he's at. Is he still technically in our youth team or not? I honestly can't remember. It's going well. Oh, hang on. Fran's in there with a big header. It's going all right, Chuck, today. We've actually got some good results in Europe, and Hungary are currently, this season anyway, we're the 3rd best side in Europe this year currently. Yeah, Farrell produced a lot of good players. Last year, Hugh, we probably signed about 7 guys off of Farrell, and they were all absolute worldies. But this year, Romania's been an absolute dead ground for me. I've barely found a single worthy player from Romania in this save for some reason. But yet Costa Rica has been absolute fire. And Hardy's in, and Hardy scores. It took him 13 minutes for Francois Xavier Hardy to score. Farkashan is probably the best Romanian player so far, yeah. That was lovely. Good run, good finish. Who was that with the assist? Was this Darla? It's a lovely pass. He just lets it open up and just slots it through. Great finish with the left foot into the bottom corner. Oh, the 4-barrel name guy. Yeah, he's just another sort of loan farm dude. But Farkashan's actually, like, quite good. Farkashan could probably play for us if it wasn't for the fact that Lucas exists. But, hey, Hardy's already scored. That's good. This is good news. It's already shown a bit of quality. 60k a week. Jesus Christ. That's surprisingly high. Early game, Costa Rica was filth. Like Sequeira and Navarro, although Navarro's still in our team now. He's that good. Alcabash, thank you for the follow. Slip him in again. Oh, I could see Hardy making another run here. If he can get a good pass in. Oh, good defending, to be fair. Oh, hang on. Go on, Velasquez. Bend one. Somebody get the shot in here. We've got to finish with at least a shot. Overplay it then. Goof and Hardy is back. Well, there's Goof, there's Hardy, there's Radojic, who the less said about the better, I suppose. But I still feel like Hardy could, maybe he could after all end up being the striker we want. Maybe this new system will suit him better. Ybarra again. Fridays, he's making the run. Hardy's in again. Good first touch. Can he go across the keeper? It's a good save. One thing I'm liking about it, now this is a cup game admittedly against a second tier side, who are a good second tier side, but they are nevertheless a second tier side. But he's making good runs. His movement looks good. His like build-up play is nice. Oh, Navarro! And that's going to count. Vass is in the top tier now. Are they? I'm fairly certain they're not. I'm pretty certain they got relegated last season, didn't they? Oh yeah, you're in. Yep, I'm an idiot. You're right. Then they won the league last season, didn't they? Who was I thinking of? Maybe Pakshi. I lose track with Vashas because they constantly go up and down. But yeah, you're right. Well, I gotta have the big screen for the VAR. Small man Finn, thank you for the follow. Keep the pressure on Francois. Oh, I thought he was on there. Oh. Okay, well, Hungary's fun, isn't it? Francois, he's bullying goalkeepers into making mistakes for him. Look, he's just like, yes, drink me in. MTK 3, Vashas 0. That was so bizarre. I thought that there was going to be the reason the highlight happened, but what is the keeper doing here? Like, the fact Hardy's pressuring the keeper. He's got the work rate for it, it would seem. Welcome back with a bang. 2 goals for him in the first half. Consistently produce good regens. It depends, because one man's Obscurus, another man's obviously knew that already kind of team. But like, I really like, there's a team in Senegal, and everyone talks with teams in Senegal about Generation Foot and those teams. But I really like, there's a team called Dakar Sucre Core. They produce some really good regens. Gav, thank you for the follow. As Hardy's now going to have a chance to potentially sink a hat-trick inside 26 minutes here, and he's done so. Easy. Hat-trick for Hardy within 26 minutes of coming back to the club. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, that £26 million wasn't wasted after all, and he might actually start to give Castillo a bit of a run now. God, it's only half an hour in and we've had nearly 4 XG in this game against the top flight side. The redemption arc is real, and that's... I thought that was going to be another penalty there. Oh. You must be offside, right? Surely. I think we could get more here. We've definitely looked a lot better since that little tweak. The switching of the 2 midfield roles over. Yaboa's into the box here, and it's another penalty! What was that tackle? Oh, the Heiko Genius is on the bench. Where's Fran? Can't be that bad at penalties, surely. No, he's got 12. Oh. Like, what is the defender playing at there to allow that kind of situation to happen? Then again, a second penalty is almost never scored, is one of the things I have noticed. So can Fran buck that trend, potentially? Yes, he can. It's 5-0 in the first half, and Fran has scored 4 of them. Knee slide! I told you, chat, it does exist. It does exist. It's a rarity to ever see the knee slide celebration, but which you'd think would be way more common, but it does actually exist. Fran's pulling out at all. Oh, he has been vindicated. I mean, he scored 4 goals in, 22 in-game minutes there. Balances, the thing is, though, it does balance the tactic out. Absolutely agree. But it doesn't make any sense that we'd suddenly be taking chances that we weren't before, because it's the same players in the same positions. What I mean by that is, the striker goes through on goal, and they miss. I don't see how switching the 2 central midfielders over would make the striker now not miss. But, hey, my suspicion is that basically what's happening is it's causing something else to happen in the background that's causing code to basically set itself in a way that means that we're actually getting what we should be, potentially. After all, it is just lines of code, isn't it? They get the anchors shouting behind them, true. And the anchor's now Yoshi, so that's maybe helping. Passing to the striker stronger foot. Maybe, yeah. Bear in mind, both Hardy and Castillo are more left-footed. How good are the players? Pretty good, I'd say. As your bow is in. Oh, it's hard to like quantify that question with a proper answer other than that they are very good. It's slightly interesting though that we've really stepped it up lately. Handball penalties compared to real life. I think it's because it's just a question of the way that they would program that in. The only time you really see handball penalties is from set pieces, I've noticed. That's a great ball. Oh, that's a great... What a ball from Darla. It's 6-0. We are actually now finally starting to put the numbers together. That's a lovely cross from Darla. Great run from Navarro as well. He just sort of finds a little bit of space and just stands it up. Great little ball in. I mean, honestly, he could have left that, and that would have been another goal for Hardy. MJ, thank you for the follow. It is !skin, which you can see there, and that's the link for it. This is a different level of quality from us here. There was me saying, oh, they're a second tier side, except they're not. Oh, I can fire it over the top. Oh, love it. Chaos Factor would be good, but I suspect... My concern is that it would be too powerful, and the point where we just get sick of seeing it constantly. That's my biggest worry with something like that. I know it has to be balanced, but I don't trust that it would be, I suppose. Velasquez, he's just sticking the boot in everywhere he goes. Well done. I think we could get 7 or 8 here. They look so much more competent on the ball. Seri is looking good. Velasquez is looking good alongside him. I'll be amazed if we don't get 8 goals here. Oh my god, he's going to cut it out. Here we go. Navarro. Silva. Around the side for Yaboa. It's 8. It's 7-0. Yakubu Yaboa. Now we're back. We are firmly back. Genius. No, I want to leave Hardy on just because I want to see how many goals he can get in this game, honestly. Why not give him a chance to impress still? I might switch a few other positions up, but the fact that we're 7-0 up against Vashas already. Look at this pass from Seri. Actually, and this pass from Silva just disguises it behind, and Yaboa with a thunderous effort. Lovely. I thought it was going to be insta-highlight then. Oh, it basically is, isn't it? We just look a little bit extra good now. See if we can keep it going. Maybe this is the making of us. Yaboa's in behind again. Not that Vashas are a super strong side, but they are at least a top flight side that aren't looking like getting relegated at the moment. Although, if this game's anything to go by, who could tell? Don't foul him. Great stop from Lucas. Yeah, there are a few empty seats. It is like a 20k stadium, and I think it's going to take us a while to start getting those attendances. We were maxing out our old one, at least. Oh, it's a good touch. Well, look for that ball through the middle. Okay, that'll do too. Right. Make some changes at like 65 minutes just to freshen some of the wide players up a little bit. I want to keep Hardy on just to see how many goals he could potentially get if we leave him in here. Is there a double hat-trick on him? He only needs 2 more for it. Look at the overlap again. Darla could just drill this across for someone, can't he? Look at the space. Seri! And it is... it's a 5th goal for Hardy. It's 8-0 to MTK Budapest. And Hardy scored 5. Made a change to the goalkeeper yet? When you say made a change to the goalkeeper, which change were you talking about? As in, we have changed the goalkeeper. Special effects indeed. He's a very special effects. All of a sudden, I'm now not feeling quite so bad about that deal. Better dynamic youth ratings. I haven't noticed it because I haven't cared about them as such. Darla's on a 10, by the way. So, no, I haven't. As far as I know, they haven't changed anything to do with the dynamic youth ratings either. But I wouldn't be able to tell even if they had, because we've not been... you can't see that without the editor. Maybe... give Job a little run? Oh, right. Okay, I think he could get one more. There's we're in becoming FF6. You see Malero and Bellingham. Yeah, Malero. We've got nearly 7 XG. And there it is. Dead on 7. Higher star rating than Seri. I genuinely don't know, honestly. Like, Job's rating is good, but Seri's attributes are just a different quality level. I think he got a little touch on that onto the post. Keeper, that's yours, buddy. Yeah, form is basically the biggest factor. Plus, Seri hasn't actually started that many games over the last 6 months, so that might be another factor in it too. And it could just be because of FM is very harsh when it judges the roaming playmaker role. for some reason. Like, players need to have very good attributes, weirdly, for it to consider them even good star rating-wise. Well, we did nothing after those changes, but we did win 8-0, and Francois Xavier Hardy bangs 5. We take that. Darla only got 2 assists, and yet was on a 10 out of 10. He must have had key passes for days. But also, I love that Darla won man of the match when Francois Xavier Hardy just scored a 5-goal haul. But that is much more like it from him. Their heat map is basically hypothermic, isn't it? He's getting a lot of hockey assists, maybe, yeah. 7-1 there for Varic. Yeah, they're beating a team in the second tier 7-1. We're twatting Fashas of our current division 8-0. It was the right decision to bring him back. The 8 key passes definitely helped him on that one, I would say. Oh, let me just see. Oh, yeah, Xavier's not registered, is he? And I can't register him, unfortunately, until then. But look, already, he had 3.62 XG by himself in that one game. In a single match, he nearly matched Dragon's XG performance. And he still outperformed it as well. He's already the 5th highest scoring player in the team after one game. I think this potentially could be the redemption arc of FX Hardy. Oh, yeah, they'll definitely beat us later in the season for sure. Oh, Virginia's successor. Yes, so Lucas is number 1 now. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so basically, our goalkeeper wasn't really having it. We actually sold him today, as it goes, at the start of stream, and then we just replaced him with the other guy. Must have been your favourite subject. Yeah, that was fine, isn't it? Like, it's numbers, isn't it? I was always quite nice with numbers. Yes, he is the one we way overspent on, which is why it's always nice to see him do well. Yeah, you're right. He did look quite nice. How tall is he? 6'2", yeah. Did not know. I forgot about that. Now, the consistency thing could be potentially a bit of a problem. Yeah, if he comes good, there will be no overspending here, but I do wonder if it's... Maybe he just needs to get a bit of form back, and then we'll see. He has now got, you know, he's got 7-7 in the league when he's actually started, so clearly he was good enough for those guys. He just didn't get much of a chance because he was at the wrong team, and I feel like he's going to stay here now. I see no reason why he'd go anywhere. I think as a second choice striker for us right now, he's pretty much exactly what we need. No, hang on. I was going to stop here, but there's still one more Conference League match. I'm certain of it. League only striker. I don't know about league only. Like, I don't really have like a league only striker because you only play like 8 Champions League group stage matches and then a few more. So to me, your main striker's still going to play in a lot of games, but he's a very good rotation option, and I think he can still do a job off the bench in the Champions League too. Why am I doing that? I just want to see when the matches are. Oh, it's tomorrow. It's fine. This can decide a lot. Necessarily score. Yeah, but I think even winning it sometimes can create the chaos that you like. Maybe some knockdowns. Either side too, no. Hardy. Right foot's not as good as his left, but he can play in these positions too. I mean, I wouldn't want him to play here because I wouldn't trust him as a Trek on the left. I feel like that passing and vision is what would really let him down there as a Trek. As an inside forward, he's fast enough, but that's where he is. I don't want to play him like that. I'd rather just play him through the middle. He's not going to play in those positions for us because we have way better players in those exact positions. Is Pink Mountain. They do. And do you know what? The top of that mountain is a team called Bristol City. Cruz. Who? He's currently on loan, so good luck. Be interesting. Although they might be after him at the end of the contract. Right, here we go. So this is the final round of fixtures for the Conference League. Budapest are away at CSGO Sofia, and Kishvarda are at home to... Oh, it's a Sofia... A banquet of Sophia's chat. This is... Pardon me. This is... Well, you can see at the top. It's December 2031. So we're like midway through Season 10. So we're sort of 9.5 years in, I guess. I guess we just go, right? Do it for us, Kishvarda. You've shown me so much quality. And you've continued to do so. You, how on the other hand, have let me down there. Kishvarda with... Look at that. Again, Barwick, Laturi, and then Utara. No, it doesn't. There's nothing to do with this has nothing to do with the World Cup or the national team whatsoever. Thank God. As Sophia's everywhere. That's a surprising result. Let me guess, they got mugged. To an extent, yes, they kind of did. They were probably the better side there, but that happens. Hopefully they'll get a... Hopefully that will come back later. And they'll get a really lucky result in the knockouts or something. That was certainly not luck. How are Kishvarda now so good? In Europe, they are terrifying. The fact that they can rotate around the likes of De Bruyne, Barwick, Laturi as well, They've got some fucking... And Merler as well, who didn't even play in this game by the looks of things. Rene Tulberg there too. Oh, Merler came off the bench. That's a scary-ass team they've got. Nice. Okay, so what does that mean then? Kishvarda won the league phase of the the Conference League. And Budapest, unfortunately, actually, in a way, came 8th. So they're both going to skip around. That might be the first time we've had one of our other Hungarian sides actually win one of the league phases. They're the only team that won 5 matches. That's mad. And yet, Leverkusen, who did they lose to? They lost against Heerenveen, who are a good side, and they drew against Bologna. So they got a bit unlucky because the 2 teams that they played against there were the ones directly above them. But those are sweet results for Kishvarda and Budapest. Obviously, we won't find out who they're playing until like February because it takes ages. De Bruyne's still top scorer, but Merler's got 8. We've never done that. No, that's the first Hungarian side in the entire save that has won a league phase. And it's Kishvarda of all people. Coefficients. I don't think you get any... It's hard to tell. Let's have a look. As far as I'm aware, you don't get any bonuses for winning it. Although, I'm now not sure because we're now on 11.3. We are literally above England this season. And we're only 0.1 away from Spain. 11.3 at Christmas. Have you got the version with the bookmarks in, Wills? Because there's several different versions. The main PC one should have it, but there's a laptop version that doesn't have it, I think. I don't actually know, Fnatic. Part of me thinks you don't get any bonuses because I think that SI haven't implemented that yet, potentially. But you'd expect it to be the case, but I don't think that's actually how it is currently. And Scotland, they're on 3.6. Level on points with Ireland for the season nearly. Top 8 get a bonus. So as far as I know, they don't, DPT. They should do, and I think in real life they must do. But as far as I know, in FM, you don't get a bonus for the fact that you're not going to literally play in a round of the tournament. And you also lose out on money because of that too. Although, what I would say is, isn't there not a bonus for... Surely there's a monetary fee. God, it's actually only... You only get 560 grand for winning the Conference League phase. But it's extra money for Kishvarda, right? They'd have got more from just winning the match to get them the win, right? Surely. But still, that's really, really sick. The fact that we're already on 11.3. We're not even done yet. There's still 6 more matches for us and the other guys in the Europa League. And that's without there even been any knockouts. Insane. I feel like we're... This could be our best year ever. No, our best year, obviously, was the year we got to the Champions League final, 18.1. But I don't think we'd need to do that this year if they keep doing mad things as well. There's every chance that we could enter the knockouts, potentially with more points than last season. Workers invaded my house. Oh my god, how dare they? Well, that's the point of the save, Hugh. That's literally what we do, and that's why I love this type of save, because we get to support ourselves, but the other Hungarian sides in Europe as well. That's the whole point. It's great. And unfortunately, Heffernan does not appear to be in the database. Who does he play for? Because if he's outside the top flight, then unfortunately he's not going to show up in my database, sadly. Or if he's like a brand new player. Milan. When did he sign for Milan? Like if he's like a brand new player that's only just gone into the database, then he's not going to be in mine. Yeah, it gives you a chance to sort of stop and smell the roses, so to speak, right? God, I have literally exhausted. Oh, nice one, Hugh. Thank you for joining us from that. But yeah, it's a very different type of save, I realise, but it's part of our fun, right? Yeah, I figured, Saz, that would be the case. I assume it was for the reason that I said that wouldn't be possible. But yeah, it'd be so cool if they fixed that for like other FMs and stuff. But that would require a lot of stuff in the background. I have pretty much used every last bit of my potential energy for today, trying to like stay focused because I am not feeling well. But I think we've done all right today. I think I've kept the energy levels pretty well, honestly. Now I'm definitely raiding Big Kev because am I to believe that Kev is now managing Pushcash in his Homeward Bound save? I'm fairly certain he is, right? I've just done the wrong command there. Hopefully that works. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm going to finish off a couple of little bits here. And then I'm going to go to bed and wait for Pog to come home. Oh, just stay fresh, I suppose. So, yes. Yeah, I'll also drop you a message later, Hadrian, if I remember But I definitely will remember. It's just whether I can summon the energy to keep working for the rest of the afternoon. But no, thank you for joining me. This has been really fun today. We made a lot of progress. Had some good chat. And Hungary's on the up, my friends. So, yes, we'll be back on Thursday. Back after Christmas. And all that stuff. I'm not going to hold you too much longer. I will send you to Kevin. We can ask him all about Hungary. Thank you for joining me today, friends. It's a pleasure as always. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.